Okay. Oh my god, it's Wealth Mo! Man. There we go. No! Ah, well. For a second, it was Wealth Mo. Let's see if I can beat this goddamn expansion. Hey, it's Lord Runner. Frisch. Glad to see you guys are okay. You gotta help me. I was trying to chase down that two-faced orc-kisser Nagmalada, but there's a key blocking my way. I can't even put a dent in it, even with my best dropkick. Oh, if only I had my amulet, I could pop it faster than you could say Bahamut's backside. Does he have a... If we don't get a move on, old Nag is going to get to the Chamber of the Eventide before us. What is the Chamber of the Eventide? I don't know for sure, but it's a device that's supposed to suck the emptiness right out of a person. Extract emptiness. Do you remember? The emptiness within caused the ancients to lose the whispers of the soul. Their inner darkness grew so intense it completely overshadowed the light. And that's why Nagmalada means to use the Chamber of the Eventide, to become Holy Zillard once more. But both Miss Mildurian and Celsius warned us the device is too unstable. You gotta stop him from making a huge mistake. Come on, let's get those legs a-moving. Okay. Oh, hang on, hang on. Yeah, see? I actually got him. And he's moving more erratically and slowly. Die, monster. Die! Or, I mean, hate flies. So now I can probably actually kill the sucker. Greetings! I mean, hi, Two-Face Master. What the hell is this? Hang on, hang on. Hang on. Come on, you dumb thing. Yes, killing this fly is more engaging than FF11. What do you want from me? You know why? Because once I kill this fly, I'm done. FF11, I'm never done. We're never leaving this place. I meant to tell you all, this is just hell. We're stuck here. This is the rest of my streaming career right here, is FF11. Did I actually get him? Might have. Oh, whatever. It's not like I need my ears for this. I'll just kind of stand ready to kill. Soon Wealth Mo will fill my wrath. Sits in the coffin during... Oh, ha! Yeah. What? Sorry, I just noticed how awful this dungeon looks. This is fun looking. But he can still tank? Oh, that's hysterical. Like, does he have all of his defenses? It's worse than it looks. How could it be worse than it looks? Oh. Well, yeah. No, that would do it. I mentioned this kind of jokingly a couple of days ago. I now want to say, with total sincerity, it is my fondest wish that at some point we come up with a gameplay positive for a quest or a dungeon in this freaking game. I do not know if that will ever happen. I really don't. Oh, here, let me, oh, shoot. I should have been, whatever. Yes, that would count, Blade Travell. That's admittedly not what I was going for, but in the interests of reality, we should probably take a positive and a negative as a win. The portal does not respond. Hang on. I need to look for an alcove, which will spawn an NPC, which will then progress on a route. What? Okay, so there's... You're not an NPC. You're not an NPC at all. Duh, yeah, it's an escort. It's an escort mission. It's a goddamn escort mission. It's an escort mission. It was on that day that I gave up all hope for the future. Oh my god, look at how slow it is. Look at how slow it is, everyone. Asheron's Call. I know I've talked about that MMO a lot. It's the Bronze Era MMO I'm the most familiar with. In fact, it is the Silver Era MMO I am most familiar with, so forgive me for the comparisons. Had an interesting feature. Oh my god. And that feature was... It was a bug. If you stood in a door... So doors in that game, similar to doors in this game, would open, and then, like, on a timer, they would close. Usually after, like, a solid minute or something. Most of those doors were, like, key doors or stuff, right? So, you know, door opens, and you have 2 minutes to rush to the door, and then the door closes. You with me? Now, that sucked, but there was this bug. If a player stood in the door while it was closing, the door's collision would not get loaded. And so when it closed, it's actually open. And you could tell because the player's standing there holding it open. You with me? Yeah, no, pretty much, Dakota. The thing is, while that was a bug at launch, the developers realized it, decided not to fix that, and then decided to start designing dungeons around it. So what was initially just kind of a way to kind of help you get through a thing became mandatory. I think I've mentioned before a few dungeons. The strategy was you get one person in place holding the door. That opens the way for someone else to go through to hit the next lever, which then allows them, the first person, to go hold the second door, while the first person goes to hold the first door, and you just kind of leapfrog your way through a dungeon. Now, fun fact, if you weren't really on it and didn't know what you're doing, those kind of dungeons mandated that some players would not actually get to the end of the dungeon and therefore would get no benefit for doing the dungeon. Now where are we? Hang on. Okay, so the second escort's going to be a little bit worse. We've had our tutorial escort. I love this music for this place, too. What I find vaguely funny is I got several comments when I started this run about how the music of FF11 was one of the best parts of the game. I'm starting to question that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this. Perhaps amusingly, I think this game is sufficiently badly coded. Maybe that's the wrong way to phrase it. It's sufficiently unadvanced in code, that might be a better way to phrase that, that the escort doesn't need me to be near it. Like in FF14, for example, in some cases an escort will just straight up stop going if you're not near them, right? And yeah, the slow speed, this is so funny. I bet you money this slow speed was a result of quality assurance. Players were having trouble keeping up. Oh, okay. Let's see what happens here. Oh, there we go. Ah, wait, let me through. Yeah, exactly, Blake Joel. There's no this isn't a true escort in the traditional sense of the word. It's an NPC following a script. I do like your sword, Mr. Red. It's a cool sword. Don't think I've commented on that yet. I don't know what bailed is in context, but I assume that was a thing. And now we play the waiting game. You know what? Hang on. Of course they do, Mr. Red. Why wouldn't they? No, that's what I was commenting on earlier, Bladeville. I guarantee you the reason for this slow speed is because because player testing, found that it was going too fast originally, and they slowed it down to accommodate. I guarantee it. That's not what I mean, Bladeville. I mean in testing before it's released. You know. QA testing, you know. Oh, I gotta talk to the thing, right? I forgot about that. Oh yeah, this FF11 music is great. Okay, so now, where am I going? This way it looks like. Jokes aside, this would actually be not bad for, like, your mystical dungeon vibe, you know? Which several FFs tend to have that kind of a dungeon. Usually in space or with what I call the crystal biome. Or crystal tile set, whatever you want to call that. Oh, God, Blades of All. I just... Part of the reason Asheron's Call was so unusual of an MMO, especially the early ones, is players had collision. Everything had collision, actually. And let me tell you, that's probably one of the biggest sources of bugs in that entire game. Okay, whatever. So, you know, body blocking, enemies blocking the way, players running into each other. A lot of potential for trolling, too. I'm sorry, I don't have anything to say right now. I apologize. My lunch break was me laying down and then getting up and then getting back on camera. That's all I did. So I'm just kind of like, well... No, I figured if there was one thing I was going to do, I was going to rest. I think I've mentioned this before. Asheron's Call didn't have a lot of... trolls. Except on the dedicated PvP servers, where they just kind of, you know, lived. And they were just straight up trolls. They didn't have any point or purpose in playing the game other than to screw with you. AoE healing's interesting. I think the best possible way to explain how to do AoE healing right is to point to Chrono Trigger. I'm being serious. Because Chrono Trigger... most RPGs should, I think we're going to go with the word should, do a thing where which skills you gain access to when is part of progression. I don't just mean like a spell that does more damage, but a spell that, targets a group, or a spell that, it can affect higher level enemies, or a spell that buffs your party or whatever. Like, there should be design to when you get access to which types of kit. Chrono Trigger does that brilliantly, in part because of the dual tech system. You don't gain access to a proper single person AoE heal until pretty high level. But by the point you've gotten there, you've already had access to multiple dual tech AoE heals. And thus, the AoE itself becomes something that is valuable. They also do enemy design sufficiently well so that there's not a lot of things doing constant AoE damage to you. There are only a few specific attacks that will hit your entire party consistently. But by the time you start getting access to that, the AoE attacks start to come more frequently. It's a give and pull, right? You introduce enemy AoE attacks before you introduce regular AoE heals, so it feels like you're overcoming something as you do. Oh yeah, right, we're on a timer. Forgot about that one. But yeah, most games don't do that properly well. So, to use a counterexample, Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X has terrible skill design, to be very blunt. Part of that is because it's so reliant on the grid, and part of that is because they just did not design their encounters well at all, never mind their progression curve. Even by the end game, you do not have proper AoE potential, right? Like, you have a grand total of, like, 2 major AoE healing options by the time you're at end game. As in, when you're hitting the arena kind of stuff, to be very clear about this. And that's just ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. Mix or go home. Exactly. Sure hope you know how the mix feature works and have been abusing the crap out of it. But I do agree with Dakota in that the problem a lot of games do is they design AoE healing as just an action tax. And that's it. Like, it's just, alright, hang on. Deal with the generic action tax because screw you. One thing I do like that FF4 through about 6 actually did was they made it so that you could just AoE it yourself at a cost of efficiency. Like, you could do an AoE heal on yourself as early as when you first get Rydia, but it's going to be much weaker, which kind of makes sense. And at that point, it becomes more of a strategic decision. Do you want a little bit of healing everywhere, or do you want to heal one specific person? Now, FF4 also, doesn't do some things about that correctly because there's issues there. Again, I'm not trying to overpraise, but you get the idea. Personally, I think one of the more interesting solutions to this particular dilemma was done in FF7. Do you want to sacrifice a slot, a linked slot no less, to having an AoE? If you do, it is a fairly large boost in your capacity. Having a Fire All or a Cure All is actually really useful in FF7. Partially because AoE damage isn't that large in FF7, at least until later, and partially because there's large groups of relatively weaker enemies thanks to the encounter design. So, encounter design plus enemy design equals AoE is very useful. Also true, you only get so many AoEs, and so you're actually encouraged. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't split the damage out. It just hits everything with equal. The cost of doing AoE is the materia slot instead of the efficiency of the spell, which actually works really well. Where the hell are we? Hang on. I think we're on the first floor again. How do I even tell? Oh, geez. If we're on the first floor, God, this place is gargantuan. Then we want to go this way. I mean, they look kind of ethereal-esque. I'm not sure what I think of the faces we're fighting, those or whatever. I like the hexagon enemies. Those are cool. I mean, yeah, most of all. I feel like, and this is just kind of a more zoomed out perspective, I feel like AoE is like in a lot of other things in RPG design. You want it to be... You want it to feel useful, but not mandatory. Hitting that slice is really difficult to do, and for obvious reasons. And again, boils down to kit design, enemy design, encounter design, and your power progression curve in general. Most games... Yeah, don't do it like FF2 does. Jesus Christ, don't do it like FF2 does it. I'm trying to think if there's anything off the top of my head I can think of where they do something interesting with it other than just healing. I mean, not that there's anything necessarily wrong with just healing, but I feel like there's at least a couple RPGs out there where you can do something other than just, oh, you're damaged. There it is. I see it. I see it. No, exactly. Like, to use an MMO as an example, WoW has made healers useful by making them kind of mandatory, depending on the type of content you're actually doing. I know that sounds like a strange way to put that, but what I mean by that is there's pretty much no situation in which a healer is not useful, and only a few situations in which a healer is mandatory. That boils down to a lot of class design. And years and years and years of iteration. And no, I didn't know that, Blade Devil. Now, the flip side of that, when WoW makes healers mandatory, it makes them frickin' mandatory. We've actually talked about this, because it's kind of the opposite mentality of what FF14 does. In FF14, like, there's a reason green DPS is a concept. Whereas in WoW, your healer is going to be way too busy trying to keep up. We're talking about in real content, right? So raids, mythics, you know, higher level delves, etc. Your healer is going to be busy. And that's part of how they do it, is your healer is constantly rolling to keep up. They are mandatory at that point, but they're useful, they're helpful. I don't know how better to explain that. And I personally feel like that's a good mix, as opposed to trying to make it so the healer is primarily there in case you screw up. Or a paladin, Kara White Noise. Because Holyden can do some decent damage too. Yeah, essentially, yeah, to quote it, the healer is essentially playing their own game. I don't mind that, because it is a fully engaged game, right? Like, there is design to what they're doing, and there is skill involved, and blah, 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 right? There's a whole other thing going on there. And a whole lot of encounter design supports that. This gets into the topic of unavoidable damage, something I've talked about a lot. FF14, to go back to that, doesn't do a lot of unavoidable damage. Most of its damage is just stuff that you're supposed to avoid, the telegraph system. In WoW, by contrast, they vary that based on the type of encounter they're going with, because there's a whole bunch of different types of bosses in WoW. And so every now and again you have a boss which has just tons of unavoidable damage, and the reason behind that is, hey healers, wake up. However, in almost every case where there's lots of unavoidable damage, the damage that can be avoided is much, much weaker. You're probably thinking, well, why? That just feels strange. Well, the reason is actually very simple. If the idea is that the healer should always be engaged, even if the rest of the party is perfect, the healer should always have something to do. That's generally what unavoidable damage is about. Give the healer something to do. Give them their own game to play, like Taquetta just mentioned. But you also, there's a range there, because your party is not going to be perfect, and they are going to be hit by stuff as they're standing there doing their thing. So you don't want the healer to get completely overwhelmed by the fact that they're constantly keeping up with the fact that the rest of your party is screwing up and taking damage that they shouldn't be taking. So there's a bit of a give and pull in how much damage which attacks do, right? This also ties right back into AoE healing. Because most bosses do not have, in WoW, do not have a lot of AoE damage, even at the higher end of stuff, unless it is a boss whose point and purpose is to constantly be pumping out damage. I can't fix my camera. I can't see where I am. Okay. Hi, Sean. I got a decent nap in. I cannot complain. Yeah, no, FF14's solution was green DPS, which I admit I hate. F's in chat for Mr. Red. He will never be seen again. But the reason I hate green DPS is not the concept, but rather the implementation. We will see if Evercold makes green DPS actually fun to do. Because the problem with green DPS is you have 3 buttons. One of them, and it's true for every healer class. You have a dot, you have an AoE, you have a nuke. And you just sit there hitting, you put your dot up. If there's more than 3 targets, you hit your AoE. If there's 1 target, you hit your nuke. It's 1 button DPS. That is brain dead. And that's my problem with green DPS, is the fact that it's boring. I have refused to do it for quite some time, because, unless it's like on something real, because I hate just sitting there mashing 1. Now, if they make DPS interesting, sure. I should probably mention that WoW actually also has the concept of green DPS for whenever you're fighting something that isn't real. Now, because WoW has a build system, how much green DPS you have is variable, based on your spec and based on your build. But you could turn I'll use a specific example, a Resto Druid into a pretty decent caster. I mean, I'm probably wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure StarCraft Brood War was one of the first auto-cast RTSs ever. And it was the Medic. That made the Medic immediately infinitely useful. Hey, Spartan. I'm here. Yeah, a lot of people whinged about the 1-button macro in WoW that they added pretty recently. But of the many, many reasons that was a good decision to add that to the game, it helps new players learn their rotation. It's not perfect. In fact, it will not always tell you the right rotation, but it at least gives you an idea, right? It's like, hey, here's the kind of priority you should be focusing on which abilities at which time. And yeah, it also kind of varies based on build and based on spec for obvious reasons, because a lot of builds. So in WoW, you don't just pick talents that are mutators, you also can just straight up take talents that are abilities. So you may or may not have certain abilities for a given build, depending on what your setup is. It's pretty viable for what it's going for. Go away. I mean, 2004 Spartan. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to drift into RTS there. So yeah, something I've toyed with the idea of for a while, I think I've mentioned this a few times, is the idea of a backline character. In other words, someone who can't be targeted by enemy attacks, who gives some kind of additional benefit to combat. Healing feels like a good fit for that, hypothetically. Just put your healer in the back row, and they're just there to give you, support or heals or whatever. Could even be just like a passive thing, like every round or every turn or every tick, you gain some kind of healing benefit to kind of offset all damage coming in. Small amount, but effectively at that point it becomes a regen. And if you design the rest of the game around it, that could be useful. I haven't played the Neptunias, and God willing I never will. You know what I like most about this song, Spartan? It's an hour and a half long. Or rather, my copy of it's an hour and a half long. I've also got a 2-hour version. Okay, I think we're done with this stupid dungeon. Maybe. Maybe. I hope at least some people are enjoying this run. That is ever and always one of the big goals here. What's that, Blateville? Hit me. I'm listening. I'm ready. You know, I don't actually remember using white mages in Tactics, of any of my many playthroughs of Tactics. I'm wondering if there's a reason why. Why? Why would she be in the chamber? Nagmalada. Has even the Dawn Maiden come to know the icy grasp of emptiness? Has the great goddess Altana finally abandoned us to our hopeless destiny? No, Nagmalada. Lady Ivanoy has become the instrument of Altana's will. Okay. Celsius? If the plans of the terrestrial avatars and the Kulu were to fail, this was the last line of defense. She has attempted to absorb the emptiness pervading the Chamber of Eventide and destroy it along with her own existence. Why would she do such a thing? To prevent the coming of the Keeper of the Apocalypse. Promathia has been reborn. What the hell? Promathia is only supposed to come back if Altair fell to Vana'diel. Bahamut himself said so. Then allow me to correct the statement. The incarnation of the Twilight God has been resurrected. The incarnation? The Keeper of the Apocalypse is the instrument of Promathia's will. And Promathia's will is the emptiness. The vessel that was destined to hold that darkness is among us once more. The incarnation sought to fill itself with emptiness. And that emptiness was found here, a source of darkness drained from many Kulu during the perfection of the Chamber of Eventide. A darkness greater than that of the intended keeper was unwittingly focused in this place. This source of emptiness, if left unchecked, would lead to the resurrection of Promathia, thus the attempt of Lady Ivanoi to send it into oblivion, along with her own life. And you let her commit this act? Lady Ivanoi is not to blame. She built the chamber in the name of love. She tried to rescue us from our fate. You speak the truth. We Kulu are at the beginning of all of this. That's why I absorbed the emptiness from the chamber. I sealed it within me and departed this life. You died, but you're still... Phoenix. Phoenix was with you, right? She brought you back to life. Miss Maldurian came to the same conclusion. When the emptiness dies with you, it'll be reborn again in another form. That's why you sealed it within you, like I did with my magicide. Yes, however, that act was a dangerous gamble. With the creation of this new world, Bahamut lost his power, and I could do nothing but flee the incarnation of the Twilight God. I was trapped here, unable to return to Vana'diel. It was then that Lady Ivanoi released the blinding light of her life force to bind the incarnation within the audience chamber. Exhausted by her efforts, she fell into eternal dream. How could this have happened? Is not paradise meant to be the realm of the gods, overflowing with the blessed light of the crystals? Are we not supposed to gain a higher dimension of existence? Are we not supposed to obtain perfection? Though it is sustained by an amplified shard of the Mother Crystal, this world is not the perfect paradise of legend, and neither are you ready to be the perfect warriors of the crystal. Both you and this world lack the full blessings of the crystal's light. So, what the hell are we supposed to do? You must pass through the Gate of the Gods and visit the 5 towers. Those towers are bathed in the light of the Mother Crystals. They were built to cleanse the 5 forms of darkness from a person's soul. If that light illuminates the darkness that lurks in the deepest corners of your being, only then may you stand a chance against the incarnation of Promathia. Celsius! Have you finally worked up some enthusiasm for this battle? I do not know. I no longer experience any emotion. I realize this may be an unwelcome fact, but you must be prepared. The 5 forms of darkness are but wispy shadows in comparison to the abyssal void of the emptiness. It is a complete and implacable foe. Your victory in this battle is not assured. What I can do, though, is show you the truth. Everything will be revealed in the highest level of the palace. If you're still ready to fight when the time comes, I will join you in the struggle to save the world. Come. The path beyond the Gate of the Gods awaits. See, that sounds pretty cool, but, well... And therefore cannot possibly be an FF11. But Foist! Hey, Nagbalada! Take it. Leave me be. I must inter Lady Ivanoi within the obelisk. She cannot return to the crystal from here. Ah, hell. Don't think this means I've forgotten anything. All your betrayals, the Moblin massacre. I'll be waiting to make you pay. See you at the top. Okay, so now, amusingly enough, the intended route is to just walk out. We're not going to do that. Because, you know, I value my time. Yes, the way I came. Imagine if you got here and you don't have a black mage or a warp ring. It's not that hard to imagine. Yeah, calls it Death Warp out. I mean, Bladesville actually picked this. Anyways, I'm gonna give that dungeon a couple dozen thousand negatives. Give me 1 second. Okay. Hang on. We're so close. I can taste it. I can taste it. All we have to do now is it's another gigantic dungeon from hell. Jesus, Dakota. And yeah, I remember healing being a problem in Ogre Battle. Even with some of my Doomstack setups, healing was still a problem. That's another issue. Some RPGs, the healing design is so bad or so lackluster that it's actually better to just focus entirely on damage. DPS is a form of healing, after all, in that it is damage mitigation. Lord Runner, did you see where everyone went? I can't believe they went ahead without me. I would have expected more from Ulmi, at least. Huh? They said they heard a voice calling from up this way. Ah, you gotta be kidding me, Meek. They can hear that? Oh, I better find him quick. Oh yeah, you better take this so you don't wander around by yourself. Meet you later. Thanks. Yeah, exactly, Adam. So welcome to the next Hell Dungeon. Oh my god, look at it! Look at it! Christ. Hey, Mr. Red, I don't know how to invite, so if you want to group up, I am ready to serve. See, the thing is, this guide isn't helping me. Do I only need to do the Elazon, or excuse me, Elvon one? Or do I have to do all of them? Okay, that's a little bit less terrible. That is not as bad. In that case, since I will have a Hume with me. Hello, Hume, sister.
I see something funny.
Sure.
So
What in the
I
world?
found my checkbook like this,
Okay.
and I had some concerns.
Okay.
And I flipped it over. And I'm like, oh, it's not so bad. And they wrote on, you know. Okay, okay.
Okay. That. Wow.
I think I can use that check.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
that's.
that one.
Oh.
But thankfully,
Oh, there's one. There's one.
there is one.
They didn't write on one check.
What?
Wow.
This needs to be burned.
Yep. I got your back. I will arrange.
Just say, yeah. Anything else that needs to be put on fire?
Not at the moment, but I will burn it tonight.
For reference, guys, I had 3 checks left in this checkbook, and I don't know where my other checkbooks are. And they're coming today to pick up the last check for the kitchen.
Oh, speaking of which, did the electrician finish everything yesterday? No. Okay.
He finished all of the things that is on his scope.
Okay, so it looks
But
like
not
this-
all the things he said he was going to do. There were a couple of things that he said he was going to do for me, though. So anyway, yeah,
Go ahead, Mr. Ed.
yeah.
Yeah, no, my beloved sister, you might not know this,
She-
has 2 adorable children.
I have 3.
Well,
One
yes,
of them's less adorable.
but one of them is in the
Is a
teenage
sterling
phases
teenager.
and doesn't do this. So
No,
the 2
no.
adorable children
Oh
stab.
no, that's definitively Sohaila.
Well, yeah.
So the youngest discovered my checkbook and
Yeah,
wrote
checkbook's
some
ruined.
checks.
And stabbed it a bunch.
And stabbed it a bunch.
Yeah, the youngest is very... I almost want to say destructive, but that's the wrong word. It's more like deconstructive. Like, there's a whole lot of focus on ripping things apart, or breaking things down, or just all kinds of things. It's something they've done for years at this point. I'm sorry, Sis.
It's okay. It's...
You might want to order new checks now, though, because that's a process. And you never know.
Oh no, I have more checks. I just
Oh, okay.
don't know where they are.
So you might want to order new checks now. Well, you've got that new bank, though. That might help. Future demolitionist. I mean, maybe? There's no malice in it, right? Like, that's why I said it feels inaccurate to call what she does destructive. Right? It's more like, I wonder how this works. The youngest is also the one who gets the most upset at me when I have to kill, like, an animal in a game. Like, no, she will get upset. Don't kill it. I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to. It's trying to kill me. Okay, you can kill it, I guess.
It's 26 or 27. What year is it?
It's 26.
Thank you.
I thought you meant the date.
No, I just had a birthday.
This is true.
I just had a birthday, which means it's the new year.
Yeah.
But I've had 6 months of...
Oops.
I've had 7 months of 26, so if it's a new year...
No, this all makes sense.
Yeah.
Most of my sister makes sense to me. Not all, I'm gonna be honest. All 3 of my sister's children have always been very helpful, or I should say, very intended towards helping. They love to help doing stuff. What am I in combat with? You might wonder in chat, how do I even know I'm in combat? The mini-map is gone. That's how you know you're in combat. Nothing else indicates it, really.
The music didn't change?
Nope. The music didn't change until I attacked it. See? Mini-map's back. Hi, Eleazar. This game sucks. No offense, anybody in chat. This game sucks. Okay, so I believe this is my destination. I'll give it this. This dungeon is just kind of a normal FF11 dungeon.
I don't sign the back of the check.
That is correct. You probably should not do that.
Did you see that?
Yeah. I should have said something, but I just kind of spaced a little. It's like, she knows what she's doing. It's fine. It's fine.
Yes. I do. Yeah.
I've been thinking about that sound design positive still. 'Cause I've-
No.
What?
It doesn't change. The music doesn't change when you're in combat. That's
No,
like
sound, not music. Sound.
the sound didn't change when you were in combat.
Well, see, that's the thing. I haven't really heard a lot of the aggro sounds yet, because you remember WoW, right?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. You know, they all say play a sound effect when they aggro you. And I'm pretty sure they borrowed that from this.
I think they do.
But I'm trying to picture any of the sounds in my head, and I'm not... Yeah, they're so quiet.
Go run down there.
Well, hang on, let me kill this first. And of course, really good. Come on, game. Come on, game.
Hit me.
Come on, game.
Okay, did you hear those?
No.
I'm telling you, I don't think they do.
I can hear the attack sounds now.
Yeah. Mook says it's not.
I mean, I can't.
And don't forget,
I'm out of
I don't have a target yet.
Oh, yeah. No, there's a reason they made that a toggle a long time. Why am I not attacking anything? Oh, right. Because this game sucks.
What?
I want you to imagine that you can't even attack an enemy if it's tapped by someone out of your party.
What? Can you imagine if vanilla had been like that?
Yeah, no. To be clear, MMOs that came out before this are not like this. The fact that they lock in tapping like that is... I actually give it its own negatives when I first discovered that.
I think you're being attacked by a bird.
I am.
Did you hear it?
No. I was listening that time, too. Because that is so grouping hostile. Like, we've talked about this. As much as it sounds strange to say, encouraging players to... This is interesting. I need to come from the other side. Encouraging player... there's a term for it. It's called ships passing in the night. Ships passing in the night is a concept in MMO design where you can help or interact with someone who isn't in your group, who you don't know what is, who's a complete stranger, right? Guild Wars 2 is probably the king of this. Although WoW's been getting there, because they just keep adding more and more of that stuff. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 is the king of this. If you see some random person who's wandering by you, and they want help, or they need help, or they're dead, or they need healing, guess what you can do? All of the above. Just like that.
You can do that in WoW.
You can. No, like I said, WoW's been getting a lot better about that. There's still a few tiny barriers.
WoW's like, okay, hold on.
Yep.
You? No.
Whoops.
Okay. You? Yes, you. Okay.
There we go. Hang on, Elizar. So, for some reason, Elizar would like to know what your favorite actor and actress are.
I don't do favorites. Favorites are really hard. My brain doesn't do, yeah. And on top of that, like, names are really hard.
Jeremy Leah is my favorite actress, by the way.
Is that the lady from the Star Trek?
No, that's Gates McFadden. Jeremy Leah is a excellent voice actress, but she is like, you know how there's good and then there's great and then there's like tiny slivers of percent that's even better? Yeah. Jeremy Leah is like at the top of that. She is a fantastic voice actress. I'd have to think about it for a male version of that. Yeah, exactly, Moog. One of the things I used to do all the time in vanilla WoW, and my sister can attest to this, is if I saw someone on my mage, I'd just throw int on them. Because I could. Same thing with Fork.
But that was when it was 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So it didn't do shit.
No, but I'd still do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Rax actually did mention this. I didn't have context for it at the time, Mr. Red. Okay, so now we're here, I think? Yes, and we want to go this way, I want to say. Yeah, so fun fact, warriors and rogues actually had a benefit from int back in the day. It was minute, but it did exist. It would increase the rate of your skill gains. And this was back when weapon skills existed.
Yeah. So you'd get a really awesome axe, and then you'd have to go to vanilla.
Also crit chance, I forgot about that.
And say, miss.
Yep.
Miss.
Yep.
Miss, because you couldn't do it on a training dummy.
Mm-hmm.
Miss.
Yep. Had to be a real enemy.
Miss. Dead. Shit.
Shoot. Okay.
Miss. But you had to go back to like the level 1 ship because you couldn't hit anything higher. You would just constantly miss. And it wasn't the missing that got you the skill up, it was hitting it.
So I heard the whooshing there, but that sounded like the interface, not the enemy. And yeah, Von Falkenstein is correct. There's also just a courtesy attached to it. Now, when I played a paladin, I was buffing all over the place because... So, let me tell you something. Towards the bottom... I forget if it was actually at the bottom or not in vanilla. But towards the bottom of the paladin tree was a thing called Blessing of Kings, which was the best buff in the entire game, not counting Bloodlust, which is kind of an asterisk. So it was the best basic buff in the entire game, right? It was so good that several paladins would sack.
Bloodlust is a buff, but it's not a
that's why I said it's an asterisk, right? Like that's a cooldown, really, not a buff. Anyway, so Blessing of Kings was so damn good that some paladins, including me, would basically sacrifice our talents just to get Blessing of Kings. It was so useful.
It lasted a half an hour, right?
This was when it lasted 5 minutes.
Oh.
But it was a straight stat buff. Like, it just gave you percentage stats. So it was always useful, and it was useful to everyone. So, yeah, I would just throw Bach on everyone I could if I saw them. Because it's frickin' Bach. It's also why they added the AoE version of that.
Back then, paladins didn't have mana back then.
We did, yeah.
And you had to have mana to cast it.
Yes, we did.
Which meant you had to be in holy.
Oh. No, it was a whole thing. You were basically a buff bot, if you wanted to go that route. But it was very useful.
Ryan's here.
Okay. Like, it was. Like, I never felt useless as a Bach paladin. It's just my entire life was buffing. Yeah, I remember that, Lord Ermon. Now, if you're probably thinking, hold on, I thought the Blessing of Kings was an AoE. So that was added with Encourage, when they opened up the gates of Encourage. That, so for 2 major raid tiers, which was Molten Gore and Blackwing Lair, it was all just single target Bach. In Rack, which is AQ20 specifically, they added drops, which you could get in order to learn the AoE version of those spells. And let me tell you, those were gold when they came out. Lady Ivanoy, I wanted to let you know, we who are bound in darkness are soothed by your light. Yeah, that was actually not a terrible dungeon. I'm not giving it a positive, but that was nowhere near as bad as that map made it look like. We who are bound in darkness are soothed by your light. You can never know how grateful. With the whisper of the soul, I could have conveyed my thoughts to you completely. You know, he has been simping for her every cutscene they've been together. Perfection. That's the one, Lord Hermot. It turned it into a party buff. I should be the one to attain perfection. I am the one who should lead the imperfect masses. Why does the betrayer ascend to a higher form while I remain flawed and incomplete? Tell me, what terrible folly have I perpetrated? Was this act so irreversible? No, my path has been true. It is the incomplete world that is in error. Yes, this world and the addled gods who created it have committed an unforgivable sin. Lord Pramathia, what do you want of us? What do you want from this world? No answer. That's it, isn't it? This incomplete world exists for the sake of imperfection. That explains our existence, but I will not. Die, I guess? Make sure to use the tower twice. I mean, there's kind of a lack of guidance problem here. Light of Maya. So we have the key item. So I can warp out. Pretty sure I'm just gonna triple check because I really don't want to do this again. Okay, I've used the panel twice. I've used that twice. I think we're good. I think we're good. Wah! Okay, now I think we just go back, if I'm reading this correctly. Hang on. Yes. Hmm. Where? Hang on. Hold up. Okay, so back to the middle, it looks like. Sorry, I swear the guide has gotten less distinct the further into this expansion I get, which is worrisome. Yep, do it to it, Mr. Red. Okay, so we're at the floor 1 of the garden. I cannot go straight to the elevator because screw me. That's so stupid. Sorry, I'm losing a lot of my filter. Usually I like to use a little bit more, like, less fiery terminology, like, it's fine, or I understand why this is a thing, or, that's suboptimal, but god damn it, FF11. Just let me go to the place I'm trying to go. FF11's like, no. Go around. Okay. It's okay. FF11 is nowhere near as bad about that as FF2 was. Just saying. I was actually asked recently if I'd rather play FF2 or this, and honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards 11. Having done these essentially back-to-back. FF2, I tried to talk it up and play it up for the sake of humor and entertainment and discourse and discussion. But I gotta be very clear, FF2 on the NES was misery. Not as a hyperbolic statement, not as like a joke. It was miserable. It was uniquely terrible, and it never stopped being terrible. Not for 1 second. Was it worse than this? I mean, mathematically speaking, no, but like, yeah, in summary. I stand by what I said. I would rather replay FF11 than FF2 on the NES. Oh, absolutely, Mook. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, at least FF11 has a story, right? That I can enjoy as it goes. I actually cannot trust in combat, interestingly enough. But I do know that I can trust in general. I just haven't yet. It's okay, my evasion skill's going up. I'm dead serious. It's up to 182 now. There's a topic for you. Weapon skills. Just go around counterclockwise, the center. I'll wait for you. I gotta turn the AC back on anyways. Like, just... I can't even show it, whatever. So I'm just gonna wait here for a second. Yeah, I'm basically just north of you. Lord. But the thing about weapon skills, they're not necessarily a bad idea. Really. But I don't think I've ever seen them used to good effect in any RPG. If anybody could think of an example, please jump out at that. Because weapon skills are just kind of there. It's usually just another leveling tax on top of everything else. Usually. Thank you for the donation, Trakashi. Yeah, like, you know, well, I mean, FF2 does have leveling skills, but yeah, what I'm referring to is more like stuff like this game, you know, or WoW back in vanilla. They ended up ejecting weapon skills from WoW because it was getting in the way of itemization and loot design for, like, dungeons and raids. But it was a part of the game up until and through Wrath. So it was a long-standing feature. Yeah, no, I don't mean... I guess that is fair. What I mean is your weapon skill. Two words. So here's the thing, Drakashi. Hang on, pause real quick. So you want to donate towards Mina the Hollower. Mina the Hollower is funded. It's good to go. You're probably thinking, why haven't you run it yet? Well, there's actually a bunch of reasons, but the biggest one by far is I have a pretty standard policy nowadays of not running a game as soon as it comes out. That policy has been hard-earned with blood and sacrifice, but also I was already immediately correct to do that for Mina the Hollower because for several days in a row, Mina the Hollower has been getting patched over and over. In fact, literally, I'm not even joking, just now, I just pulled up Steam, there's another patch for Mina the Hollower today. There was a patch on July 2nd, there was a patch on June 26th, there was a patch on June 19th, etc., right? So let them patch it up. Let them, you know, put that into feasibility. I'm content to wait a minute, right? To use another example of this, although the game is not funded, Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown, about a month after it came out, did a huge content update, which, among other things, added a quick save, quick load feature, and a whole other mechanic with regards to the shuttles in the game. So, you get it. Yeah, Cyberpunk and Baldur's Gate 3 are the most obvious reasons why that policy exists. But it's a good policy to have in general. There are very, very few games that I feel it is safe to stream when they're new, and most of those boil down to Nintendo, right? Nintendo games tend to be good when they come out. So, this is going towards Soul Calibur 3, UFO 50, excuse me, and Star Fox. Yes, MMO expansion's another good example of that. Star Fox block. Yeah, like, for example, I was willing to play Midnight when Midnight was new, it's just the schedule didn't line up for it. Appreciate your project, thank you. Okay, let us progress. There are 4... The portal is sealed. What? Oh, right, okay. So, hang on. PS3 games are vetoed on Wolfenstein. I actually happen to own Soul Calibur 3 on the PS2, so I'm good on that. That is true, Mook. And generally speaking, I will still wait on even a Nintendo game to stream it. You'll notice we haven't streamed Metroid Prime 4 yet. Come on, they're on their platforms. We should be good to go. Please, game, please. The point I was trying to reach, Mook, is if there was a game that I was going to accept playing when it came out, it would be, you know, a Nintendo game or an MMO, and that's pretty much the list. Alright, wait for... Oh, God. Camera. Camera. So anyways, back to skills. That's true, Gothic did do something interesting with that, so I'll give you that. How about Gothic? Hey, it was all four. You were right, Mr. Okay, so... And yeah, VTMB2 really was kind of a special case. I'm pretty sure they did actually patch that after I played. I just kind of don't care. Because screw them. Like, there was just vitriolic spite in me playing VTMB2 when it launched. And I'll admit to that. Ascend, right? Yep, Ascend. Is this floor 2 or 3? They didn't patch it up to what I would consider acceptability, Mr. Red, but yes, they did actually patch it. I doubt it got any real support. You'll need both key items from the previous section to ascend twice. Oh, I skipped ahead a little bit. I'm sorry. That's my... God, this walkthrough. Alright. Okay. Alright, hang on. What? Hang on, I don't even understand this. I mean, that would make sense. Changing the, well, normally I'd say the dice, but since dice don't exist... Hang on. There's also the Oblivion method of weapon skills, aka it gives you access to mutators. And, you know, new abilities, which, granted, Oblivion's abilities suck, but the concept is cool. The concept of skill giving mutators rather than stats is interesting to me. Yeah, actually. Kind of like what Dark Messiah of Might and Magic did. Hey, look, there's a person here. Hi, person, bye, person. I guess my ultimate point with the weapon skills concept is... Or I guess I should say the skills concept. Whoop. Oh, that's what that means. Okay, that's cool, game. You suck, game. I hate you, game. I want you to know that. I know you hate me too. I know it's mutual. I don't really see anything necessarily... No, we're fine, we're fine. This is correct. Just the map makes a lot more sense now. But like I mentioned earlier, most weapon skills just boil down to an extra tax, usually a grind tax. Use skill in addition to grinding whatever else you're going to grind, and it's just, what's the point of that, right? Now, a point allocation system might be more interesting. You know, you can, rather than like use it, raise it, like this game does, or like WoW does that I just mentioned. Yeah, exactly. It's better. Maybe make it so you can point buy into certain things. So, if I can use, I agree with that, Mook. If I can use an example of how to do this incredibly wrong, System Shock 2. First of all, we've talked about System Shock 2 several times, usually from a gameplay axis, because System Shock 2's gameplay is absolute garbage. I actually think having reviewed System Shock 1, I think System Shock 1 is actually better on the gameplay axis than 2 is. Of the many things they do wrong, they do two things very wrong. First of all, you can literally build yourself into a corner during character creation, before you even get to the game proper, which is not a great start for your game. But second of all, not all skills are equal. A lot of skills in System Shock 2 are either situationally useful or never really useful. By contrast, some skills are either usually useful or extremely useful. And that sucks. It's exactly as much as it sounds like. Yeah, Arcanum is another good example of this exact same problem. Oh god. Yeah, Deus Ex 1 has this issue too. We haven't covered that game yet, but it is a problem. So, that's a good example of how not to do skills, right? Have a whole bunch of skills, some of which are near mandatory and some of which are completely useless. I don't think I've played Leonhardt. Pretty sure I haven't. Oh my god, Mr. Red, why would I make the dungeons exactly the same? It's the thing that needs to be changed the most. Why, Mr. Red, why? Shake, 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 shake. It's okay, I'm pretty sure this is just a cutscene. In fact, I'm pretty sure you can actually teleport out now. Yeah, so I have the Brand of Twilight. Which is... might be a key item, actually. Oh, I think I saw it there. Yep, there it is. Brand of Twilight. Okay, we're good. So, yeah, okay, we're good. So we can basically do that again, but in the opposite direction. Isn't this great dungeon design? Okay, rewind a sec. I brought up System Shock 2 on purpose, though, because most RPGs fall into the... hell, D&D falls into this exact same problem. If I can share a parallel... I know this isn't weapon skills, but just bear with me for a second. One of the things I did with my own custom rules, which I'm actually kind of still in the middle of building, is I got rid of skills in the traditional sense, and instead I say, hey, what are you skilled in? And I know what you're thinking. Well, what's the difference? Well, if I could explain by example... No, that's wrong. I want to go here. There we go. If I can explain by example... No, that's... yeah, if you're getting positivity out of it, Mr. Red, I'm happy. Let's say you're really good at video games. Video games, Star Trek, and let's say Pokemon. I know this is really dumb examples, but just bear with me. What that means is that you are skilled in those three facets. So as you're going through and playing, whatever game you're playing, if something comes up where those skills are applicable, this is dependent on the DM, obviously, then you could get bonuses for rolling on those things because you happen to be skilled in that. What I usually do is I tend to give you a skill based on your species, like a skill range based on your species, a skill range based on your like your backstory, and a skill range based on your class or your general build or setup. And this has worked out really well because this stuff tends to be far more character focused because it's actually a part of the character rather than the build. And it's the kind of thing that they just sort of get bonus points in. It also encourages the player to think about what kind of character they are in lore in addition to in gameplay and use that for skill rolls. Now, that wouldn't apply to something like swords, technically, but at the same time, if someone decided to pick swords as something they were really good at, then I would probably give them some additional bonuses to identifying swords, or being able to repair their sword, or maintain their sword, or being able to, like just in a particularly difficult duel, so we can in style maybe give them a bonus to that. Stuff like that. Now, I know that doesn't really apply to video games the same way. I just thought I'd share. Where am I going? Hang on. Let me figure out where I'm going. I am going... that? Oh, God, hang on. This is... I want you to understand how hard this map is to read. Okay, so I'm going there. Which means I need to go south. Except stay south this time. Last time I went east. This time we stay south. And yeah, the problem with my system is it is entirely dependent on both the players and the GM to keep that stuff relevant and useful. Shrug. Which ties into the system. This is actually why I brought up the System Shock 2 example. Because the biggest problem by far with System Shock 2 was the game was designed such that a lot of skills are basically useless and some skills are way too useful. In many ways, this is kind of an offshoot of the always take charisma problem that almost every RPG has. You always want the talkie stat. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and summon. Just in case. Just in case. Actually, I agree with you, Mr. Red. No, you are correct, Dakota. The point I'm trying to reach is that while this system works well for me, and the players I tend to run for, that's it, right? It's not the kind of thing that's going to work long term. And it wouldn't work at all in a video game setting. Whatever, I don't need Joaquin. Nobody needs Joaquin, let's go! This is a frickin' song here, am I right? So I guess my overall point is, I feel like... I was actually trying to dovetail this into another topic, forgive me. The other topic I wanted to mention is one of the biggest mistakes I feel a lot of RPGs make, gameplay-wise, especially video game RPGs, is they make the same pool that you can raise stats from affect combat and non-combat stats. And that is something that I think has been a mistake for decades at this point. Divinity Original Sin, of all things, absolutely nailed this by making it so that your social points, your social skills, and your combat skills are two completely separate pools with two completely separate points that you get as you level up. If there's one takeaway, I think it would be that right there. Do I have it? Yep, I have the brand at the top. Okay. So if we split the points up, and we have a point buy system, and we have the game designed to make everything useful, then I think we've actually reached a point where skills are actually worth a damn. Okay, so now, hang on. So I've got the brands. I should be able to just ascend now. I think it's actually faster to just walk back in this case, so I'm going to go with that. I think it was this way. But yeah, experience types, exactly. Now, that's an interesting point, Takoida. I hadn't thought about that. Because you're right. Use it to raise it might work if it's, you know, social stats completely separate from combat stats. I still think one of the best ways to make Use It to Raise It systems work is the extra buffer of having bonus experience, right? Which you just spend to cover holes, right? Like, well, I've been talking a lot lately, but I really want to gain more trade skill because I haven't really been able to do my trading recently. So I'm going to dump my bonus pool on trade. Stuff like that, right? Where the hell am I? Not where I thought I was. Ooh, that's interesting. Huh. We might be teleporting back after. I got 3 minutes to make this work. Okay, where the crap am I? This is... I'm completely lost. Alright. So... Corruption tree experience together. So this is right south of this. Yep, nope, this... Okay, hang on. I've seen players, Lord Erma. Honest to God players. You can believe it. Okay, hang on. So we're here. We want to be here. We want to go south. Oh, right. Yes. I remember now. So, hang on. So I want to go straight south? It looks like straight south. Also, haha, Elizar. I got a grin. I'll admit it. There should be a warp. There it is. Hey, render radius. Sorry, the map I'm working off of is disgustingly small. And there's no, like, zooming in to speak of. It really is just a small image. Okay, so now we go this way. Yes. And this should lead us back to the elevator. Lots of question marks at the end of that sentence. It's not like I can't navigate this crap. It's just, oh my god. Okay. Ascend. A huge, long, sprawling epic questline that wasn't a slog. Oh, I'm sure there is. Let me think about that. Yeah, I feel like there has to be, because I've seen big, long, epic dungeons work. Hell, I've got an example right off the top of my head. The Undersea Palace from Chrono Trigger is a big, honkin' epic dungeon of awesome. It's not that long, though, really. Let me think about it. I suppose most of the zone quest chains in modern WoW would qualify. Because most of those are, multi-hour affairs, and they're just kind of awesome. But again, that feels like it's cheating. Because that isn't a quest. It's a big ol' line of awesome, right? Well, he did say quest line, not just quest. Speaking of, and this is not a joke, I'm going to take pain meds for my headache that this game is giving me. I'm not sure I can come up with a really solid example of that. Because most of the time, the way those things work, when they do work, is because there's a whole lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of diversity, a lot of pacing when it comes to the big honkin' quest chains, right? It's not just one dungeon that's 17 floors long, right? There's different mechanics, different enemies, multiple different bosses, lots of decent loot, usually cutscenes that help develop the story, etc., etc. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's tons of things you're doing as you're progressing, and I think that's probably the way to make that work. Because if you just have one arduously huge dungeon, then it's just one arduously huge dungeon. At that point, it's just Daggerfall. Or Wizardry. Listen, puns are always awesome, Elizar. Always. You can grade the quality of a pun by how much your audience grows. Help! He's gone mad. Stark raving bonkers. Oh no, Tenzin's evil. Time to kill Tenzin. Again. Sorry. What the? Hey, what the hell's going on? I struck with the flat of my blade. They are not badly wounded. Our companions were climbing over one another to reach the portal ahead. Surely you've heard it, that voice that has poisoned their minds. The voice speaks the truth. Our mother and father are waiting for us. It says we can live happily ever after as one big family. And we'll never be sad or lonely again. And Lordmother's gonna kill us. Wait. He wishes to hear my song, the song only I can sing. He needs my strength to rebuild this shattered city. A perfect law where no crimes will be committed lies ahead. A new way of life for everyone. Power to protect the weak. The voice promises me power! To me, it promises to teach the path of righteousness. A path that can be walked without the slightest regret or hesitation. And to me, it promises an end. The voice of emptiness is within you. Any attempt to escape from it is futile. And yet it seems some of you still resist. But when you stand before the Keeper of the Apocalypse and behold the form of the Twilight God, will you then be able to withstand his call? Are you still droning the old same old words, Celsius? I told you we can. Now what? Can't be. Yeah, no kidding, Mr. Red. Lorna, can you handle this? Think of it as a warm-up. Okay. I don't remember the stones being an ogre battle. Although I haven't played it in a hot minute. The last time I played it was when I streamed it. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. So much of that game is not properly explained in that game. Yeah, no, like, I am eternally grateful for the fact that I'm level 99 in very good gear. I do not want to fight these at level. Quite honestly. I mean, I still think the best stone scene in FF2 was actually one with Alma. Okay, hold on. Is this the worst FF? No. I don't think that's even a score that way, like, long-term. Keeping in mind that insane gameplay score over there. Also keeping in mind MMOs score differently. Because they're MMOs. Now, this might be the worst scoring MMO we've ever covered. As I've said before, I think STO and Tor are its competition there. And keeping in mind, the story axis has been slowly climbing, so... we'll see. Yeah, we are officially net positive on story now. Quickly, time is short. Nagmalada? What are you doing here? I've decided to be incredibly evil one last time. Oh, hey, it's the Chains of Promathia. What is the matter, my brave companions? Haven't you been dying for the chance to topple the Keeper of the Apocalypse? Why do you just stand there? Sir Lord, Lady Prish, I cannot go any further. That voice steals to my heart despite my greatest efforts to ignore it. It calls me to his side. You did pretty far getting this far. You did pretty good getting this far, Tenzin. To be honest, unlike you, I don't even want to get within spitting distance of him. But that's what we gotta do, right? Come closer. Though it disgusts me to admit it, the only source of light here comes from the radiance that you and I share between us. And I'm sure you want to find out more than anyone. Your life as an adventurer has been turned upside down by these fools. And you have been constantly hounded by cries of save the world, save Altana's people. They've even asked you to die for their cause. But you don't really care about any of that, do you? I mean, yeah, honestly. You just want to learn the truth nobody can tell you, am I right? Well, no, actually, I'm just here for the popcorn. Are you sure? Maybe you've yet to realize it. My purpose has finally become clear to me. Truth is the only bright point of perfection in this incomplete world. The only thing we can trust. Truth, and nothing else. Only one who learns the truth, who holds all knowledge, can discover the perfection of paradise. Lord Promathia, teach me all the truths of creation. Then I will lead the incomplete people of the world beyond the gates to the origin of perfect truth. Stop! The seal! I don't know, Sunday sounds really good right now, Yoda. I'm just munching popcorn. Delicious. That's actually extremely common, Elizar, to the point where I would consider it normal. After all, who's worthy to pick up Mjolnir? What are the requirements for that? But I want to get back. Well, nice knowing you, Nagbalota, or whatever your name was. He did. What has he done? Okay. This is the truth? This is the truth I never knew? We are in a video game! No. He actually says we are 3 times. We are... Do not say it, Nagbalota. I have found thee. My wayward children. I come to greet thee. Return to thy father. Where could... No! What did he mean? What the hell did he mean? Children. Prometheus children, does that mean... Frisch, we don't have time for this. Resurrection and death. I can't let that happen. Fresh. This is...
Can I get a favor? Can you pay July early? I mean, not July. August early.
It's funny you say that. Yeah, sure. Well, I'm here. I meant to do this earlier. I might as well do this right now. I'm thinking about it.
I forgot to account for the fridge thing.
The fridge thing?
Mm-hmm.
Fridge thing.
The stand building uppy.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually know what you're referencing. Okay, this is already paid. I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. So anyways, we're all the children of Satan, so that sucks. So, let's go kill Satan, I guess? PNC just bought someone else. Banks merging. It's always a bad thing. Oh, I bet, Vandalia. I remember the days of dial-up patch days in MMOs. I do. Obviously, once again, Asheron's call for me. I used to just fire it up and be like, all right, and then go do other stuff while it was downloading the patch. In fact, what I used to have to do, remember, my mother was very, video games are from the devil. So, what I used to have to do, I had this whole system in place. I would get a bunch of pillows, surround the modem with the pillows so it would deafen the sound. You remember the sound. Everyone remembers the sound. Yeah. And then completely cover the modem so I could dial up at night when nobody's going to be using the phone. Then I would start up the game and start the patch going. And then I would go to bed, wake up the next morning, quickly make sure everything is off so before my mother finds out. And that way I would actually have the latest patch ready to go for the next day. Okay, so hi Rex. Welcome to several places. Right, I need to give a negative to that dungeon before I forget. Let's just do that really quick.
Use berries, make grapes. Berry.
Wait, is this south?
No.
Yes, this is south. Hang on. Leave
Use berry.
the garden, and then... We got a cutscene coming up here. The hypocrisy of it always irritated me. More than anything else.
Use berry.
My mother doesn't just like reading, she likes reading fantasy. And I'm sorry, I don't know if you know this, but fantasy books tend to have all the stuff that they were like, oh my god, or that she was like, oh my god, it's so evil and horrible.
I feel a fog.
No! The littlest one's fucks. I have plenty of other stuff. Though, yeah, they haven't been eating those. The only one who's been eating those is the middle one. I love those, but my tongue can't deal with them anymore. Not since the accident.
The actor.
It's not actually a joke. So at one point in my life, this is true. I'll leave my mic unmuted. At one point in my life, several years ago, I ate way too many Sour Patch Kids because I love sour candies. And ever since, there's a spot on my tongue that can't deal with sour the same way.
These are fairly sour.
No, I know. I've actually had it. They're really good. But it is amusing to me that I basically, near as I can tell, damaged my tongue to the point where I can't enjoy sour candies like I used to be able to. I don't know with total certainty that's what did it. It's just incredibly coincidental if it's not. Anyways, did you guys see where Promathia went? All have become one. My master, his lady, their friends, everyone. All have coalesced into a single deity. There, I can see him. Yeah, I love sour candy. And I used to absolutely adore Sour Patch Kids. Canst thou hear me, goddess? Thou who hast sheltered my very existence. I will be reborn. It is time to surrender to thine abhorred death, to the embrace of perpetual darkness. An eternity of silence awaits. Our farewell this time shall be forever. The goddess is crying? The apocalypse is at hand.
It doesn't sound like a guy.
His voice is very deep for some reason. Second expansion, Vendali. Alright, so who's ready to go kill God? Finally! My character's just back there like, frickin' finally. God, it's been like 4 days. I'm jonesing. I'm hungry. Honestly, I've been thinking about it. Even though I compared Zillart a bit to some other things in other MMOs, Zillart feels more like patch content, as we think of it nowadays. Wait, take us with you. Take us with you to Vana'diel. What was that? The dusty old divinity's heading for Vana'diel? That's right. The great Promathia realized why his children have not come to greet him. He's going to break the fifth Mother Crystal and bring the entire city crashing down on the world. They're calling you. Your children are calling you home. God, I hate these stupid kids. I want them to die.
That's
What?
mean.
They deserve to die! Damn it, this is because of Nagmalada. When Nagi was absorbed, all his knowledge poured straight into the mind of the Twilight God. I'm gonna need that amulet back. I have tripled up on the negative for them, yes. 'Cause they are get off my screen territory. Okay, he's at the lowest levels of the palace. Come on! It's time to beat up God. About freaking time. I am a warrior dancer. You know what we must do, Blade Trevor. Yes, the Twilight God has the knowledge of a deluded idiot, and if you remember, one of the biggest themes this entire expansion has is ignorance, lack of knowledge, and probably the dumbest jackass in the setting. Maybe dumbest is the wrong word. The least knowledgeable jackass is the dude that the Twilight God just ate. Oh, that sounds awesome, Von Falkenstein. I hate you. So I will wait here. I'll wait here for you, Blade Tavall, if you want to join me in punching God in the face.
Getting too close to God in the face?
No, we're gonna punch him.
No, you're not. You're gonna go, and he's gonna fall over.
Okay, that's fair. What smoke? Oh, I see what it is. Okay.
Oh.
I see it. I sees it. I sees it. I don't know how to invite people in this game. This is a skill I have never developed.
So you're gonna have to invite him.
The thing is, I'm party lead, so I also don't know how to leave party. No matter.
/ quit.
Okay, hang on. Are you on, Bladeful? Yeah, no, I have the auto-invite thing going. Oh, that's even better, Von Falkenstein. I mean, Vanguards are great, but frickin' Sentinels. Oof. I know, Bladeful, I know. I will wait very patiently. Very patiently. Ah, where's my Godflesh? I'm jonesing. I need Sid's teeth. But yeah, for those of you who haven't been watching the document, I have finally decided to double up on my character positives for Nagmalada. He is weirdly engaging for such a pathetic character. Like, he really has just been bumbling around like an idiot this entire time, trying to figure out what the hell is going on, and never stopping, which I think is part of what makes him so interesting. Yeah, he's very pitiable. I agree with that word. Again, ignorance. If there's a theme, it is ignorance. I do not, Vandalia. And God willing, I never will. And I'm going to make sure by punching him in the face. Oh no, he was constantly trying to learn better. Every time he learned something, every time he figured something else out, he was like, oh, I was wrong about this. There's only one thing to do. And he'd change his plans. Instantly. Like, and then he was wrong about that, so he changed his plans again. Where's the apostrophe in Nagmalada's name? After Nag. What is with people in a like, how do you... In some things, you're supposed to add a pause. I'm in the palace. For an apostrophe, that would be Nag Malada, which just sounds weird. Oh god, what was the command again? I don't know. PCMD add. It didn't do anything. It didn't do anything! No! That request cannot be processed. We just need a little more money. Oh, hang on. And now there's like an exclamation mark. Let's try that. That request cannot be processed. What? No, exactly, Mad Overlord. He never sits and processes. He just... Each time he's like, oh, this, bloom, oh, this, bloom, oh, this, bloom. And he turns into a song. Okay, so, yeah, we're here, I believe. Let's say, hang on, so we need to go into the garden? Wait, no, you're right, we need to go into the garden. So, into the garden, I shall go. It's all good, Rax, I understand. Get some rest. Else. I cast sleep on Rax. And she's like, thud. I would be a menace if I had access to the sleep spell, I'm just saying. Okay. One more cutscene, and then the final battle begins. Imperial... Whoa! Okay, there it goes. Yeah, sleep, sir! Thud. Nice place. Cutscene. This is a location I've seen before. I've been wondering when it would show up. This is the battle arena in Dissidia for FF11. Whoa, where the hell are we? I just told you we're in a battle arena in Dissidia. Pay attention, Prish. I used to pick it just because it looked cool, because, you know, in custom battles you can set your battleground. Is that Kufin? Vana'diel is right below us. Yeah. Two Dark Knights and a Warrior. We got this. What? Why are they... You've got to be kidding me. I'm going to kill those kids. I'm going to murder them. I'm going to murder them.
He says he's not evil.
I'm not evil. They just cast Meteor on the guy trying to save the world because they are that stupid and or culty. I'm not sure which.
Are they actually kids?
Yeah. They're like 20.
Okay, adult enough that...
All right. What's up? Celsius. I'm fine. The kids just cast Meteor on me. It's Promathia you need to worry about. That won't hold him for long. I thought I could draw him away from me with the promise of the darkness I hold within. But it seems the Twilight God is content to wait until the end is near. Apocalypse, huh? Meaning the moment Promathia dies? I've been a complete idiot. The will of Promathia, the emptiness, is a manifestation of complete death. Even a god would be destroyed by the full force of emptiness. That's why so many vessels were needed to hold it. Children of Altana. Yes, to ensure, the Twilight God's continued existence, Altana stole the energy of the Mother Crystal to create the race of people. The Mother Crystal split into 5 parts, and the realm of the gods was torn from its higher plane, transformed into the world of Vana'diel. The people of Altair, with this knowledge burned into their souls, joined together to return to the Twilight God. They sought to restore the original Mother Crystal and open the gates to paradise. When they knew the thing that I once killed... Wait, what? Okay, weird sentence structure. That was when they knew the thing that I, once killed by the suffocating grasp of emptiness, know only too well. The despair of the apocalypse. I want to end this curse. No longer shall we live in the shadow of our darkness, our arrogance, envy, cowardice, apathy, and rage. Yeah, I get it. Let's kill him.
Don't want to.
Oh my god. Please let me kill God. Please?
Still the one where you were killing the guy that was opening the portals to the place?
Yes. How about that? A god with a death wish. Hey, you Twilightness. I hate to break it to you, but me and Celsius ain't mortal anymore. We ain't gonna let you get away with this. But you're still mortal, Lore Runner. You have to decide for yourself. Are you willing to sit there and wait for the end? Dude, I came here to kill God and chew bubble gum.
I've done everything that I could have. So, guess that's what's left on your to-do list.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that helmet, but I like the rest of that suit. Nice sword, too. Yeah, this is the first time I don't have popcorn here. About to be all out of God. Alright, let's see how badly this goes. Target the jackass. There we go. Okay, well, that was phase 1. I'm assuming there's a second phase. Yeah, okay. Why are they... Can we just kill the kids? Please? They literally just healed God. It's not in this case. Anyways, that was phase 2. Is there a phase 3? Well, we poked God. We poked God with friendship. Lord Promathia, our master, you can't fall. Seriously, they're more evil than anybody. Like, at least freaking Nagmalata was ignorant and foolish. The kids are just evil. Just straight up. Depends on how they do it, Sean. The end of mortality. Time for some divine punishment. And they cast Meteor. I think we overdid it. Frish! Hey, Loke. Yeah, they're stupid evil. This is not the end. There will be no apocalypse. We were born for the purpose of living. Poipus. We got poipuses. Magicite is forming. The light of the crystals illuminating the emptiness within. You're gonna get your fondest wish, Promathia. Who calleth my name? What faceless soul calleth me from the void? That's Exdeath. The light of Hala, Dem, Maya, Vaz, and Alteo shine forth from Lore Runner. Yeah, sorry, kid. To me, you're just a Tuesday. Yeah, this probably would have been the actual end of the world. Canst thou hear me, Promathia? I hear thee, Eltana. Please stop reminding me that the kids are here. Life force is returning to the Mother Crystal. Now the people of Alteo and Nagmalata, too, will find peace at last. Yeah, look at that. Tears of the Goddess. Prish, no! And Prish is dead.
Bye, Prish.
Far above the world, Altana grieves for her lost Pramathia. The facets of the Dawn Goddess: truth, compassion, justice, courage, and hope. And that which was born last. People learn one thing, I think they can carry on. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Again, they're like, maybe 20 isn't on the outside. They're like 18 or something like that. I don't know. They're brats. Regardless of their age, they're brats. Being 50 or 60 or 80 or 90 doesn't stop you from being a brat. So we did it. Woo! Now we have 700 years of cutscenes to go through. Prish. Hey, you guys. Sir Lorerunner, Lady Prish, Sir Celsius, you've succeeded beyond all expectations. Good to see y'all back to your normal selves. Vana'diel and her people are safe. Let's go beat up Bahamut for being a dumbass. Don't let me catch you worrying about us being children of Pramathia. Listen, the voice of the goddess, mute for so long, should be clear to you now. Yeah, you know who I was talking about, Kevin Scott. Stop crying on me, goddess. Do I need to kill you too? I just killed one god. I'm full. Oh my god, that outfit is... No. What's that mean?
Shiny.
Oh.
That's the shiny side
I
up.
don't think I've ever seen a shiny side up
I've
before.
never seen a shiny side up.
It proves that part of Altana lives in each and every one of us. When people are born, the tears of the goddess flow within them.
Oh.
The fifth Mother Crystal's been saved as well. Altair no longer plummets towards Vana'diel. The lives of its people, the light of their life force, healed the crystal. Oh my god! My sister has apparently procured something for me. I don't know what. I am terrified to find out. Lorerunner, Prish, all of you who have fought beside me, you have my gratitude. From this point onward, I will remain here in Altair as a guardian and keep watch over your world. And, according to Giga, I'll be seeing him again in, whatchamacallit, Rhapsodies. Hi, Quack. It's okay, Giga. You can't say anything around me. I put pieces together immediately. Time went home. The apocalypse is canceled. It's never over. Our journey, our tale, our adventure. Is just beginning. Please tell me I never see these assholes ever again. Please tell me I never see those kids again. In ages past, a sentient jewel. God, I've seen this tile like 10 times now. Enormous and beautiful, banished the darkness. Its many-colored light filled the world with life and brought forth mighty gods. However, the arrival of death, implacable, brought an end to the god of twilight. Aglow with the essence of love eternal, the dawn goddess sought to restore the lost divinity. Upon the fallen deity, Altana bestowed the light of the true crystal. In bodies of mortals uncounted was the twilight god reborn. The true crystal shattered into 5 parts, its holy light extinguished. Paradise was no longer, and thus was born the world of Vana'diel. And yes, I realize it's different each time as we learn more. It's just, damn it, guys, I get it. Crystal, life, let's go. Okay, so technically we've done it, but hang on. Let me jot down some notes here really quick. Completely impossible to find! Exclamation mark. I'm sorry! I don't have control over it. I just teleport around. Alright, give me a second. Let me start by giving another negative. For the brats. I'm sorry, Rax. Just think you could be playing FF11 instead of going to work. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be so amazing, Rax? Oh, really? I thought you'd already done treasures. My bad. Now let's give some positives. Oh, really, Rax? Wow. No, I can. It's easy to see why Promathia is the wrath of FF11. Or the Heaven's Word, if you prefer. I've compared Heaven's Word to wrath many times. And for those of you not aware of my more in-depth thoughts on it, it boils down to this. The quality of both Wrath and Promathia was a very big step up from the previous stuff. However, it's still extremely flawed, and still has lots of issues and problems all over the place. So people naturally tend to remember the good parts and just kind of mentally skip over the bad parts. But I'm with it. I'm with it. Wrath did have a lot of good parts, remember? Just like Heaven's Word did. Now, what's the actual best expansion? Well, I hear it's going to be Rhapsodies. We'll see. Look, it's fine, Rax. It's fine. Oh, God. Yeah, no, like, I don't know. It's hard to even explain how draining FF11 is. I blame Jamal. And I don't mean that as an insult. Like, a terrible game, I'm kind of used to that. This is my job. Like, you remember when I was at my father-in-law's house last year for summer? We just pushed through a lot of very painful, arduous games while I was there. I can do that. Because it's something I'm pushing up against, if that makes any sense. FF11 feels more like... You ever have a dream where you're trying to do something and you can't? Like you're trying to use the brakes and it doesn't work. Or you're trying to open a door and you just can't open the door. Or whatever. Like that's FF11. I feel like I'm trying to do something and there's just this difficult to define interference with just playing the game. I just want to play the game. You know? Please? Ugh. Anyways. It looks kind of cool. I like it, Blake 12. Yeah, blue and red's a solid combo. Easy to screw up, but good when it's there. So here's the real question, and I don't want anybody to answer this, so I'm just talking out loud here, okay? My thought is, okay, we just finished, like, the big plot, right? We just killed God, and ended a millennia-old curse, and pretty much closed the books on several old things that have been lingering in the setting for actual, again, millennia. We've got several expansions after this. Now what? Again, don't answer. Okay. Okay, so... Nice, Vandalia. It's like, it's gonna be fastest to just do this, so let's just do this. Hey, Rax, you still there? Oh, geez, Papa Neeks. I'm sorry, I have to get up that early. Anyways, we're going to Sandoria first. No, yeah, it would make a lot of sense to do a step back after this expansion. I've said this a dozen times in multiple other MMOs. You want your breather expansion. You don't always want to escalate. That's just a path to ruin. Oh man, that's gonna be great, Rax. I can't wait for that. Yeah, even Midnight, for all of its scale, is actually lower tier than War Within, which works. Well, okay, there's an asterisk there, but I don't want to spoil too much about Midnight yet. So if you haven't noticed now, Rax, don't worry about it. A favorite race in this game? I mean, Elven, obviously. Okay, she didn't have a cutscene for me. Why didn't she have a cutscene for me? Hang on. With Blade Traval's help, I replaced some of the more egregious songs in the game, Rax. That's it. I kind of wanted you to be like, wait, what? When you know, Baron music fired up in Sandoria. Troyan music fired up in Relude. Oh yeah, we've talked to Sid's teeth, Vandalia. It's been terrifying. You see what I mean? I just want to go progress through the epilogue, and I can't? Apparently? Hang on, let's try something else here. No, I saw that, but I don't know what that means. Like, what does Jap... Do I have to wait a full goddamn day for any of these to trigger? By the way, tomorrow's a patch day, too. I saw that when I was logging in. Sure. Let's, right. Okay. So, I wasn't gonna commit to the nation quests yet, because honestly, I'm not sure if I care enough. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ed, I want to be as absolutely blunt and honest about that as I can be. I was kind of hoping to hold off on that until later. But all of a sudden, I can't progress through Promathia because I have to wait a goddamn day. Nothing tells me that, by the way. No, we might as well do the Sandorian stuff since I already have it unlocked. What am I looking for? It's a stupid quest. What is the name of this stupid quest? What's the name of the stupid quest? Lute's Last Wishes. Okay, perfect. Should we start? Okay, let's start treasures then. Let's start treasure. Hang on. So let me get another tab going. Because you're still in the middle of Zillart, in the middle of Sandoria, in the middle of Promathia, in the middle of Rhapsodies. Ah. Okay, where am I at right now on treasure? I should be nowhere, but let's double check. Land of the Sacred Church. Okay, we're nowhere. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. What? Hang on. Tolerance, Mr. Red. I need more tolerance. Hang on. So I have to do another... I have to do a quest to do a quest, because of course I do. What? This can't... this has got to be a lie. Hold on, hold on. Let's see if this is lying to me. Let's hope that this is lying to me. I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. Apparently there's a Unity warp for Wajaum Woodlands, which I do not see. So, hang on. Yep, no, that's what I'm presuming, Blade Duval, which... I just... No, the thing is... Here's the problem. Literally the first step of Ot Ergen is do another quest. I'm not joking. And so that's why I said, surely this is lying to me. But no, I apparently really do have to go do this other quest to do another quest. It's not a joke. It's not a meme. I think I'm in 112. Playtime, give me a minute, I'll tell you. I am on the ties that bind for Rhapsodies. Oh, look, there's someone standing here. There's someone standing here. Why is there always someone standing here? Okay, where am I going? Where am I going? Here, apparently. This is me after finally getting my fix there. The Devoy coffer key? No. Double check, but I'm pretty sure it'd be gone. And it is. Swarmlings? Jesus. Testimonies? I'm pretty sure I don't. Being part of Tenshoto means you'll sell your soul for the right amount of gil. Besides, taking risks is good for business, I always say. This time, we have quite a special customer, so we can't go all prattling off the details of their request to just anybody. Getting wind of such a thing could make our client a mite angry. We wouldn't want that. That's why I've been mixing up orders with random bits of information and giving out snippets at a time. Those of you with the sense should be able to put it all together, is what I think. I dare say you may be able to fit into that category as well. Anyway, that's how things are standing at the moment. What do you need? Speak up. Why, I must say you're even brighter than you look. You got here the same way, didn't you? Lately, people have been strewing about Tenshoto invites like there's no tomorrow, so a lot of Tenshoto members don't know that trick. Of course, me and the boss are on a whole different plane of thinking. Still, the notion of seeing the unseen was one of the main draws of Tenshoto for me at the beginning. I had high hopes for you. Okay. Talk to him again. So, yeah, we're about to have options. Unfortunately, yeah, a coffer key from Davoy would have been a way to do this. Who knew? Oh, sorry, I left out the most important part, didn't I? Sorry to leave you hanging there. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, the Empire of Ot Urgan. You want to see the Near East, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. I appreciate your honesty. You know, the ships at Mahara used to transport prospective mercenaries to the Near East. I want to climb aboard, you got to get through none other than Tenshoto here. We received a request from the Empire herself. Getting those ships to port was a royal pain. We finally managed to bargain a cheap price on some rickety old vessels, and you don't care. Sorry about that. Man's got offense sometimes. Anyway, you should know by now how things work around here. So we could give him an item. I think several items, actually. Or we could give him 500,000 gil. So, yeah. So, I will, let me think about it. Okay, looking at my key items. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What am I looking for? Rhapsody in Umber. Where did I get sort these? Oh, there it is. I do have Rhapsody number. Whatever that is. Oh, he's super trustworthy. Okay, what's a Curio Moogle? I guess the more relevant question is, where is a Curio Moogle? How is a Curio Moogle? I'm gonna listen to Giga. She's got a head on her shoulders. Not a good head, necessarily. She does have that parrot. Oh my god! Sorry. Okay, Port Bastock 2. Let's get the original. Port Bastock 2. Let's do it. I didn't change Bastock's music. I should do that. I should change Bastock's music. Ooh, excuse me. There's a Greeter Moogle. Okay, okay. We're looking good. There's an Ancestry Moogle. Okay. Festive Moogle. Ha-ha! Give me your wares. Various key items. I think, okay. Let's try that again. Davoy chest key, right? Let me double check. Maybe? Hang on, let me double check. No, I want a Davoy coffer key. Yes. Hey, look, it's crushed. I'm just gonna leave that there. We killed God, aka those guys. I might do that. The reason the VODs haven't been going live is I unironically have not had time to put together the thumbnails yet. I don't mind saving the group 500,000 gil. That's not my money, let's just be clear about that. Camera. I mean, you okay, do I just trade it to him? Hang on. Advanced list. Okay, so trade. No. Don't give it to me. I'm not sticking around. I mean, give it to Valerian. Shoot. Congratulations, sir. We have a deal. Come back tomorrow. Okay, I'm kind of glad we did that. Is that an in-universe day or a Japanese day? Trying to find. Here we go. Hang on. Okay, yep, game day. There it is, right there. Okay. Well, that's two things I'm stalled on now. This is just my life. This is just my life. No, I can access the nation stuff. I'm good on that. I just kind of don't want to right now. Yes, Elizar. Yes, I would. Hang on, I'm looking at Sandoria 6-1. Actually, let me pull something else up here. How far does that go? So I'm on 6-1, and it goes up to 9-2. Okay, that's not as long as I looked. Okay, that's not that bad. What is Adma of the Air? Atmosphere for Abyssia. Okay. Well, whatever. We all know the real reason to do this, and that is for content. I was just curious. Okay. I actually don't mind Brigwin. It helps to keep track of things a lot easier than some games. What mission are you on? 7-3. Boom. The only downside is it's like Promathia 7-3 or Sandoria 7-3 or, you know, whatever. But still, nice and organized. That's an interesting looking sword with that thing. There we go. Got my thumbnail. I wanted to get it before I forgot. Surely that'll be enough. There it is. Well, if it isn't Lore Runner, your timing is perfect. Well, lol, Digital. While you're waiting for a real-life day and an in-game day, we've got a request for an adventurer. It looks as if this next mission has something to do with the late Queen. You should feel honored. It's not every day an adventurer gets to work directly with the royal family. Spoken like a true Sendorian. Hurry off to the chateau. I was just arguing in my head about whether or not a time gate is actually worth a negative, because it's an MMO, right? Then I remember that we gave many negatives to Legion for time gating. So... Oh god, how do you spell Art Agurn or Gedarg or AU? How do I spell AU? Act Ergon, thank you. I know, Magister. Legion time walking had the perfect opportunity to fix all that, and did for the time walking. But they didn't backport that for some stupid reason. Oh god, that would be a challenge, Blade Tool. I don't know, I'd have to really think about that. If it isn't Lore Runner, this time your mission has been issued by the late Queen herself. What? That sounds strange? The King will inform you of the details. What do I know about the late Queen? You'd like to do your homework before diving in. Well, she was originally Princess of Tavnazia. She married in before the Great War. Known for her exquisite beauty, there wasn't a man in Sandoria who wouldn't have given his right arm to spend a moment alone with her, myself included. But as you know, Tavnazia was left obliterated after the Great War. One could tell this troubled the Queen, but she would never let her pain show in public. If Tavnazia had survived ruin, the Marquis's son, namely the Queen's younger brother, would have succeeded to the throne. However, after the war, her brother disappeared. The flames of war have the power to change destinies. I can only pray our lives will be free of such tragedy. I apologize, I went too long. The King is ready for your audience now. Silent doors. Whatever they use on those hinges, it's working. Listen to that. Whisper quiet. I'm louder than the doors. My liege. I've heard good things about you, Lore Runner. Your contributions to the kingdom are both welcome and appreciated. I did save the world. Twice. I assume you've heard the details from Halvor. Your next mission is a request left by my late wife in her will. You visited the garden where the Queen rests, have you not? In that garden grows a rare, delicate flower found in only remote areas of Vana'diel. My wife asked in her will that this flower, the Dream Rose, always bloom by her side. Sounds like a simple task, but the rarity of the seeds forces us to send out the finest warriors. That's why I've called you here. I can trust you will find a Dream Rose and plant it in the garden alongside my dear wife's grave. Okay. Ugh, excuse me. What's up, Halvor? As I've explained, we're looking for a fitting bride to crown Prince Tryon. Tryon prefers Mithra with a red hair cut straight across the forehead, purple markings around the eyes and on the cheeks. Yeah, I know. Let's try that again. Oh, god damn it, fine. Ah! Hey, there we go. Okay. I just... You were... He wasn't picking the right quest. You were to retrieve a dream rose from an oasis in the Altepa Desert. Good luck. Okay. Hey. Yes, I need you to conquer. In her will, my wife requested that we conquer Windhurst. Go conquer Windhurst for me. Okay. Well, Mr. Red, we're going to conquering. Conquer. Somebody use the Unity Warp. 1, 2, 5. How much health do I have? So, I don't have that much health. So 1,000 needles might actually hurt. You have no idea, Trihexia. This run would be easily 20 times the length if warping around did not exist. I honestly think I might be underestimating that duration. Am I going? G7. I should pretty close to here. Yeah, exactly, Bad Overlord. I do love me some wonderful crags. And getting lost. Yeah, we can make it one step worse. You have no warp travel whatsoever. And you cannot mount, because mounts right into the game pretty late into the game's history. So, you know. Of course. Hang on, guys. There was a 2-inch tall path which is blocking my way. Oh, that reminds me, how long did Chocobos last? I remember there was a duration thing, at least at some point in history. 1 minute per level. Jesus Christ. Ah! Minute per level. Oh my god. I mean, I'd get an hour and a half at my level. I mean, as with so many other things, it could be worse, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, we have the Dream Rose. And now we bail. Thank God we do, in fact, have warps. Yeah, I'm going to be really honest with you guys. If this game didn't have warps, I would, in my feasibility testing, I would have been like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't know. I've seen Mr. Red's wild, crazy requests. Mr. Red probably could be like, hey, you should play FF11 without warps. And he'd give me a $5 for it. Well, I have one attack that I use periodically, Czar. That's about it, though. I have buffs. Because people are stupid. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. People are stupid. Excellent. The queen is sure to be pleased. She's dead. Like, I'm sorry. Something I have noticed in my long career of playing MMOs is that there's this really dominant attitude, which I hate. It's, well, I had it bad, so everyone else should have it bad. I hate that attitude because it bleeds out into real life. Politics, economics, we're walking. Oh god, I don't know where I'm going. But it's really common in the MMO space, because MMOs, almost every MMO out there, used to be worse. Right? And so people have this constant thing of like, ugh, I had to put up all this garbage, therefore so should you. In fact, what really frustrates me is over in WoW, they used to call those quality of life features that were patched in later welfare features. And if I might be so bold, especially speaking as, you know, an adult now, that doubly irritates me because it implies that welfare is a bad thing. Stopping by to smell the roses, such refined taste for an adventure. What petty mission have these people sent you on this time? The Queen's will? Dream roses? There must be something behind all this. What's going on? No, you're exactly right, Rax. No, I remember, yeah, exactly, Kaisen, welfare gear. Welfare purples was something. They were saying this as early as Burning Crusade, which I remind you is the first expansion in WoW. So, the flowers of... Runner? You must not pursue the treasure of the Dragon King. History must not repeat itself. No. Wait, who was that? Correct, Giga. Welfare purples. Jesus Christ. Idiots. My imagination, or... You'll have to excuse me. I have another engagement. Yeah, honestly, I'm with Rax. Like, I'm sorry, my life sucked. I don't want the kiddos to have to go through all the nonsense I've had to go through in my life. I want them to have a better life than I did. Yes, you say you saw the Queen? I've never heard anything so daft. They say that pollen of the dream rose can cause people to be seeing funny things. You must be tired from your mission. You should get some rest. Oh, what's that at your feet? Is that yours? Yes. You should take better care of your things. Well, that wasn't too bad. Okay. It builds character. Jesus Christ. All right. So now, can I move? Can I move? Hello, game. There we go. No, I agree with you, Mr. Red. We perhaps overuse the phrase "cruelty is the point," but it's such an apt descriptor. What it means is self-evident. For some people, the goal, the intent, the point, and the purpose is to hurt. Cruelty. It has taken me a long time to even recognize that that's a thing, because it is such an alien thought to me. Damn right, Giga. Let's see if we still have enough to get the next quest. I should probably look up the name of the next quest. Ren Pere's Final Rest. Nope. Still no. Isn't this a great mechanism? Why did they think this is a good idea to begin with? That's what I want to know. No, I've got plenty of crystals. The problem is I don't know how many to give, if that makes any sense. So I'm kind of testing it. Like, I'm trying to establish a number here, right? So 2 was not enough. So we're going to do 3. See if that's enough. I have no thoughts whatsoever on Justin Bieber. So 3 is not enough. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's just double up to 6 here. Although I should also get Signet while we're here. Oh yes, speaking of which, I don't know, do 3 this time. Hey, there it is. Prince Tryon is requesting the aid of an adventurer. Duh. I am genuinely curious why this exists. I don't mean that as an insult. At some point in time, someone sat down and said, okay, we want the players to go out and gather crystals so they can do quests. Why? Like, I'm not even saying it's necessarily an invalid approach. To go back to the game, I won't shut up about Asheron's Call. A lot of quests in Asheron's Call required money. Literally, you would have to turn over trade notes to NPCs, and that gave you access to, like, a portal, or flagged you for a dungeon, or otherwise gave you access to a quest. So I suppose it maybe is like a trying to keep the player economy moving kind of a thing. I don't know. I don't know if you can buy crystals or sell them for that matter. So it was you the guard sent. No matter. Your mission this time deals with the treasure of the Dragon King. Our royal scholars have brought to light the fact that the treasure may be hidden in the true tomb of King Renpere. As you may have already realized, the current tomb is a new one, built many years after the king passed away. Well, that's a great use of money. The location of the true tomb was lost during the Great War. This loss haunted Sandoria for 20 years. Finding the location of the true tomb is critical to finding the lost treasure, as well as boosting the kingdom's morale. Your mission is to seek out the true tomb. I trust you will not deface it when you find it. No promises! Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Do I have any clusters now? Oh, I do have some clusters. I guess I'll hold off on the rest. I got inventory space. Where am I going? A proto waypoint. No, I'm committed now. We're doing Sandoria all the way through. I'm sick of constantly bouncing between quests. We're in the rear with the gear. And I intend that to sound as menacing as possible. Appreciate you, Mr. Red. Okay, so I don't know what a proto waypoint is, but I know how to get to Jagdvorst. Let's go here. Oh, that's a good point, Blade. I hadn't thought about that. It's actually a good point. Let me do this quest, and then we'll switch over to unlock Aturgan. A Turgan. A Turgan! That's what I'm gonna start calling it. God damn it, why is she the only NPC for whom cancel is the first freaking option? It's gotten me almost every time I've talked to her. If you ever wonder why I keep having to talk to her twice, that's why. Okay, King Renpere's tomb is up there? Okay, whatever. I do love painful traversal. That's why I hate Modern WoW. Dragon flying sucks. Wait, really, Magister? Whatever. There's no pleasing some people. I am like 90% certain I'm about to be called to dinner. Which is just fantastic timing, let me tell you. Can I go in the water? No. Because the Warrior of Crystal has not figured out yet how to swim, we will now go the long way around. game. That's true, we can't even jump. I think you're right, Mr. Red. That's the worst part. I don't know how to get up there otherwise. Like, I really don't. Oop, tree. But how? But what do you mean go through the tomb? I'm trying to get to the tomb. The goal is reaching the tomb. How? But what? The guide even says use Jugner Forest to the fastest way to get to the location in King Rempara's tomb. I do remember that, Rax. Okay. Admittedly, I don't know what a proto-waypoint is. That might be relevant. Okay. So how do I get to the frickin' tomb? You know what? I don't care. I have just given up on doing this, the nation states. We're done! That's it! That's the line! We're done! Nations, city-states are beneath me. Okay, so let's go to frickin' Achtegard the Blarg. That's its new name. I'm gonna start calling it that. What is that outfit? Oh my god. Achtegard the Blarg. Probably the same way I'm doing it, right? Okay, so hang on. So let me go back to Achtegard here. There we go, Achtegard. I'm curious if getting the Achtegard thing is going to actually unlock something. Game? Game? We just crashed. No, this is happening. This is happening. You don't get to dictate my life, game. That's not how this works. You know what's funny? For actual years, I've repeated the same quote, which is, every time I've tried to play FF11, the game has resisted me playing it. And here I am, max level, tons of backing, walkthrough, people helping me out, doing it professionally, which means I can't put it down. And the game is still resisting me playing it. This game does not want me to play it. It really doesn't. I didn't crash that time. Oh yeah, we should switch songs, shouldn't we? Sorry, I have discovered that if I Alt-Tab during the login process, I have about a 1 in 3 chance of crashing the game. And I'm still logged in, so I have to wait a moment until I am kicked out so I can log in. I guess I can show the screen now. Hope for the best. This game does not want me to play it. It really doesn't. This freaking game, Rax. It is... I don't know what else to say. It is self-apparent. I know you can't see my expression down here, but I'm making one. You know, good MMOs have this feature. This is true. It's a script that runs. If your character is in the world and your account tries to log in, it'll give you the error message. But then it checks to see if your existing character is doing anything. And if they're just standing there idle with no input, and a login request has been received, it will check for both of those, and if both of those are true, it'll kick you offline. Pretty much to prevent this exact problem from happening, instead of having to wait for the timeout. You can't beat me, game. I beat FF2 on the NES without cheats twice. And I've done that on camera now, so I can prove that. I'm still injured from the freaking battle with God. Something about that just amuses me. I was saying, Rax has played this game, up to this point before. I have played older MMOs, but not this one. We are way, way past everything I've played in this game before. Okay, here's my boarding port. Let's go. I have to be upfront with you, though. The high seas are a dangerous place, and I can't guarantee your safety, so travel at your own risk. If I were you, I'd be praying for the ship to simply stay afloat. Yeah, so now, I was actually just about to say, now that we have that flag, I'm going to try the Unity Warp. See if we can just bypass the ship entirely. And there's still someone standing there. Why is it always this spot? That's an interesting outfit. Yeah, I saw that Obsidian is getting cooked, just like everybody else is. Just like everybody else is. Oh no, if I have to do the boat, it's not the end of the world, Rex. But, well, I don't want to sound strange here, but I've kind of been approaching this run from the perspective of a speedrunner. I'm not going to save like an hour or 2 or 3 here or there, but I'm going to save a minute or 2 or 3 here, right? As much fat as I can trim down is going to smooth over the entire thing. And that's the goal. It's also why I've gotten really good at learning some of the warp spots and how to zip around. I'm actually going to go back and do the frickin' nations. It's just... Blade Taval is correct. This is a good thing to do now. Alright, where's the Blade Taval? There it is. Yes. I know I'm privileged, guys. I know I don't get to feel like I'm accomplishing something for beating FF11. I understand that I don't get credit for it. You don't gotta rub it in. Yeah, I noticed the brickwork is a lot better. They're even using sight blockers, which is nice. Actually, while we're here, let's just do this. Rest my hand a little bit. I've gotten some damn rash on my hand, and I don't like wearing the gloves while I've got a rash on my hand. It's okay, I've got some aloe vera for it. It's just... yeah, my friends are my power. There's only one MMO I can properly stream without benefiting from other people being there to help me out with it. And you know which one that one is. Guild Wars 2 I had help from Giga and from Colgrim and from Mr. Red and from Bragwin and from Lunaria, I think, actually, as well. FF14, tons of people show up for those runs and help us get through dungeons and stuff. And of course, I am incredibly reliant on Valerian and USM Corp and I believe Giga for the gear I get to just kind of skip the gear grind in FF14. Yeah, it's incredibly short-sighted and detrimentals are. 100%. My point is, I owe a lot. There's a reason why, and I started this as a joke, but I kept doing it because it's true. There's a reason I keep putting my friends or my power on whether or not I am cheating or not in a given MMO run. Again, the only MMO I didn't do that one was WoW. Oh god. Oh god. Ah, there we go. In this game, so I got a mount more or less by total luck. I don't even understand what I was doing at the time. So there's a login campaign that cycles around periodically, and you can get all kinds of stuff from that. One of the things is mounts. But you do still have to do the Chocobo Unlock quest to do that, and that's walkthrough-y, is what I'm going to call that. I like the music. Yep. Honestly, on the scale of walkthrough-itis of FF14, or FF11, excuse me, the Chocobo quest is pretty low tier. But I would still consider it walkthrough territory to figure out what the hell you're doing with it. Yeah, first things first. We're here now. Yeah, no kidding, Braywood. It is eternally funny to me that this game was intended to not allow you to alt-tab, considering it is one of the examples of a second monitor game. Actually, I think I misspoke there. Let me correct my statement. A second monitor game is a game that just requires very, very, very low attention. What I mean by this is that this is a game where you have a walkthrough up on a second monitor. What are you doing standing around here? You're just getting in the way. Can't you see how busy I am? What's your deal anyway? You got business with me? Nope, never seen you before. Your lack of fashion sense, slack-jawed face, slouching posture. You can't possibly be from around these parts. You're a foreigner, aren't you? Sorry? I knew it. You're the type of person I've been looking for. So you came to be a mercenary, did you? I mean, I did just beat God, so sure. Now you're speaking my language. Your long journey has been worthwhile. We've been waiting for you. Most of our work is official Empire business. In fact, we're the only mercenary organization of all of Al-Zabi that the royal family puts its trust in. We're the best of the best, cream of the crop. Oh god, it really is Dawntrail. But you won't get any lucrative offers just finishing up grunt work, so don't think you can slack off. Now you get it? First you gotta show me what you're made of. Supplies package. There's a prominent organization in this nation called the Immortals. Ever heard of them? Mothers here use stories of the Immortals to scare their kittens into eating the vegetables. The Immortals are the Empress's personal bodyguards. They only hire the best of the best blue mages around. Common folk like us aren't even allowed a glimpse of Her Royal Highness. But the Immortals, they're different. They have special permission to attend to the Empress at close quarters. Is this sinking into that thick skull of yours? In other words, you can't get anywhere in this nation without going through the Immortals first. So before you do anything else, I need you to deliver the supplies package. Make yourself known. You manage to make it back alive, I'm going to start thinking about what to do with you. The Immortals guard the Empress, ensure the safety of Al-Zabi, and manage affairs dealing with assault. Each assault warden is stationed at a staging point on the Ilrusi Atoll, Devuka Isle, Halvong, and the domain of Mamulja, or on Azuf Isle. Oh my god, the proper nouns! No matter how high and mighty the Immortals are, I'm sure they're tired of being stuck out in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do. I'll probably be glad to see you. Go deliver the supplies package and let them know who you are. After that, we can start talking about your contract. Yeah, I was going to say, I've heard Mamulja said out loud before. It's one of the easier ones to pronounce. Like, Naja Salahim doesn't bother me either. I've actually been to space. In both games now, so... Yeah, I was literally just there. Yeah, I've been to space, yo. In quite a... I don't think we ever went to space in Guild Wars 2. We need to fix that. Well, yeah, I've been to space in Star Trek Online. I don't know if I get credit for that, but I'm taking it anyways. Yeah, I've also been to space in Tor. Nah, it doesn't count. Good. Oh god. Yeah, I've been to space in WoW, I've been to space in FF14, I've been to space in FF11. I've been to other worlds in Asheron's Call. Does that count? Uh-oh. Blade Taval's rubber banding. They said there will be Mount Overlook. I've seen their roadmap. It's interesting. Ah, there it is. He says, "Don't waste my time, adventurer." See, I should have had that outfit, clearly. I do not have the drip of that person right there. Look at that. Look at that. What the hell am I doing? Hang on a sec. Oh, hang on. I played probably something. No, there's transmog in this game. There you go. Perfect, see? There's transmog right there. Oh my god. He has infested yet another game. I'm almost positive I gave Stylock a positive. It was a clunky and cumbersome system, but it is still transmog. I'm with it, Sputnik Block. I've talked before. Music, so town music doesn't necessarily mean town. The concept of town music is the music that you hear most of the time, right? It's the stuff you hear in between adventuring. And there's a style and an artistry to making good town music. Not every game, even games with good soundtracks, has good town music. Persona 5 says hello. You want to make sure that it's relatively low key, that it's not piercing, and that it's the kind of thing that you're not going to get bored of. It needs to be a degree of background music. And it also kind of needs to be something that's indicative. You want to get across tone with your town music. There's a reason why I replaced Sandoria's and Relude Gardens, because both of those songs suck when it comes to accomplishing this. Yeah, we'll see, Gig. I know what you mean, but we'll see. Ah, there it goes. This is a decent example of that type of a song. Kind of nice, low-key, little chill. Still stylized. You still get a little bit of tone from the song, right? Relude, for example, gets across the tone of hoity-toity, but it's unpleasant to listen to. Honestly, one of the perfect examples of what a town song should sound like, in my opinion, is Lindblom from Final Fantasy IX. Like, Lindblom, how do I put the words? When you go to Lindblom, you don't think that's going to be the song for it. But then you hear that song and it's like, huh? But then you actually experience the town and talk to the people and do all the stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, no, this fits perfectly. And it's nice and low-key, and you get all the other things it needs to be. By contrast, what most people assume Lindblom should sound like is the castle, Lindblom Castle. That, by contrast, does get old. It's one of the reasons why they don't play it as often. They do play it semi-frequently, since Lindblom Castle is basically your headquarters for the entire game. But you get the point. Another example of a song that would get old is Burmecia, which is appropriate since Burmecia's song isn't a town song. It's actually a dungeon song. Yeah, no, I actually like this. I don't know what the name of this zone is. I might just write down jungle. See jungle. Up to positives. Here we go. Notice we also have music in our overworld. Holy shkamoli. By the way, the area looks like this, which isn't terrible, I suppose. Interesting layout. You got this, Mr. Red. Don't. Yep, okay. Staying. That looks fun. You ever wonder if they just hate us? If they're just filled with cruelty and malice? I get it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, amusingly, that's probably holdover code from older Final Fantasies. When you exit out of a dungeon, you exit to the entrance of a dungeon. I know that sounds like a duh, but the thing is, in MMOs, especially FF11, plenty of dungeons have multiple entrances, which means they needed to design which particular entrance is the entrance to be coded as such for spells like the exit spell. I'm trying to remember which game I've played where that was a common trick. I think it was one of the older MMOs, where, yeah, we did basically what Blade Javel just did. You enter from one entrance, exit, and skip the dungeon by going to where you're actually going anyways. I can't remember what game that was. I know I've seen that before. Might have been one of the other silver MMOs. I have actually done some mining. I can even prove that. Check it out. See, I have done logging, watercrafting, demolishing, and climbing. I mean, he's wearing blue. What brings you here? This is the Halvung staging point. From here we keep close surveillance on lands that are strategic. Eh? And whose messenger would you be? I am no one's messenger. His staunch expression begins to soften. You brought a supplies package for me. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? The supplies package was created for the oil of a berry that can only be found in the nation of Zwa to the far south. It takes days to extract the oil, and the fragrance it gives off is simply indescribable. Here we are so used to the stench of fighting in pain. This oil will be indispensable if I ever have the fortune to meet with the Empress again. I must thank you for bringing this package to me. It's a Carmelian ring. Allow me to explain about the glowing blue device behind you. It's a runic portal. It has the power to carry you to a distant location. I would know nothing about that. I'm not precisely sure how it works, but it's one of the many curious magical creations of the alchemists of the World Court. All speculation aside, however, the device is quite convenient. You should give it a try. You are certain to be amazed when you arrive at Al-Zabi at the blink of an eye. In addition, you'll be able to use this device from Al-Zabi after traveling once from here. I highly advise... Yeah, I understand what a waypoint is. Thank you. Yeah. I have unlocked this waypoint. Woo! When did Diablo 2 come out? Because that's one of the first games I can remember that had a proper waypoint system. I'm sure it's not the first. Like, surely waypoints predate Diablo 2. Okay. Okay. Hi, Mr. Red. Bye, Mr. Red. Oh, if I'd known this is on our path, I would have waited. Was it 2001? Can't be right. I think I was still in high school when D2 came out. Can someone look that up, please? I'm actually curious. It's my fault. I suck. June 28th, 2000. Wow. Yeah, someone needs to make Blade some pancakes. Really good pancakes. Like, actually good pancakes. And then, we need to get him some proper Texan barbecue to put on those pancakes. No, seriously, you ever try that? Pancake batter is actually really good for that kind of thing. Like, you know how some people are like, oh, toast with barbecue. No, no, no. Like, really thick, almost pastry-style bread is really good for barbecue. The consistency helps, and it soaks up a lot of the flavor. I get it, Rax. I get it. God. I suck. I understand. So that's not an option I have, Plato. Yeah, I'll be honest. I knew how much help everyone would be. It is quite literally the only reason I allowed this run to even happen. But... Oh. Oops. You say that, Mr. Red. Here we are. In the depths of hell. I mean, Guild Wars 2 is the only reason this run is happening. That's not actually a joke. Guild Wars 2 was precedent setting. It was the first time we acknowledged the possibility of reviewing, deliberately reviewing only part of the content of a game. You'll notice that for FF14 and for WoW, I don't just do the MSQ. I do every freaking thing, within reason. Yeah, you'll notice that those are also the two best MMOs ever made. So... Oh, what's this? There we go. Yeah, I finally found Kadarva Meyer myself. I don't see... Here we go. Yeah, this says Unity Warp 135. Oh, that has a requirement. Requires Captain Wildcat badge or Remnants permit to use. What the hell are those? One of those is a temporary key item, which costs assault points. The other is a permanent key item, which is a reward from Naha Salahim after doing something. Let's see, hang on a second. That won't work. That will work, and that won't work. There's a way to Void Watch out here, but I don't know how to Void Watch teleport. I do have the cape. That is a true statement. But yeah, as I say, I have to be in a zone first in order for the cape to work, if I'm understanding how that works. Change leader to Blade 12. There we go. I might have to set up a friggin' macro for this stupid cape. Yeah, no, this isn't gonna work. I'm almost positive it's not gonna work. For God's sakes. Yeah, it's not doing it. Oh, hang on. There's a cooldown. I always forget about that cooldown. Okay. Started. No, yeah, no. Okay, I didn't think so. All right. It's time to ride the boat. Whatever that is. However I get there. I guess here? Sure. Sorry, Mr. Red. I mean, make of this what you will, but there's a reason that WoW started adding portals all over the place instead of boats, even though boats were invented all the way back in vanilla. North. Okay, I figured port. Little did I know. It was actually to the north. Ten minutes till it arrives, huh? Good night, Linareth. Get some rest. Or else. Yeah, I think I will probably go ahead and call it here. That feels like the correct decision. After I get this other thing really quick. Ah! Damn it, game. Yeah, I'm gonna go through with my Void Elf Magister. Even though she's a Alliance scum. Disgusting dog. Ugh. Hi, Zera. We're not actually done with Vanilla, or Zilart, or Promathia, but we have started Treasures. Because this is the game that God forsook. Probably because we kept punching him in the face. No, literal time gating in some cases, and quest gating in other cases. We could have... So the Zilart stuff wouldn't let me progress until I got to a certain part in Promathia, at which point I could have gone back and finished Zilart, but I kind of wanted to just do Promathia, you know? The vanilla stuff I had to progress to a certain point. I've long since hit that. I don't remember what the point was anymore, but there was a requirement to do 6-1. And we're way past that now. I must leave you, Mr. Red. I must cast you free, lest you suffer as I suffer. Do you have to do the cutscene? Is it mandatory? No. As a reminder, Magister, that's patch content. I always cover classes during patch streams, not during launch streams. So I won't be talking about any of the new class stuff in Midnight yet. So Apex talents, none of that. This is the definitive FF11 experience right here. Oh god, a blue mage, where? Holy crap. There is a Unity warp. It requires some quest item we don't have, or PvPing, or whatever assault is. So I'm not going to review evolved mode when it comes to Evercold, if that makes sense. I'm going to mention it, obviously, and we're going to see what we feel about it live, like as we go through. Oh god, that stupid hat. I actually thought about getting that hat. And then I realized that I had no reason to. Also, I just realized we're France. Look at us. Red, blue, and white. I actually don't remember the order. Someone, hang on. Look up France's flag real quick. Okay, so it is red, white, and blue. Excuse me. So let me stand over here. There we go. We are now French. Which I'm sure Mr. Red appreciates. I know it's in the wrong... Here, this is in the right order. Red, white, blue. Listen, we've decided to force all the other countries to stop trading with you, Zero. Is that okay? I would kill someone for a baguette right now. You know how good baguettes are? Like, you know, from a proper bakery. Oh. Yeah, I saw France beat Mexico. Which, in other contexts, would sound weird. I'm hungry, Giga. I'll do anything. I'll kill anyone. Just for a taste. For a scrap. For one measly little scrump. You notice I skipped lunch. God of meal. Look, me and the corn low. We're tight. We're good. It's cold. I can't eat. The boat's not here yet. I'm locked in now. This is my life. Oh, 10 minutes my ass. What the hell? Alright. Hang on, I gotta go kill Giga. BRB. How long were vanilla boats? That's actually a good question. Oh, there's the boat. You know what I could go for right now? Captain Placeholder. Credit to those of you who know what I'm talking about. Alright, now to take a nap. I mean, pretty much, Mr. Red. Wait, seriously, Giga? Jesus. Oh, okay. You've got to be kidding, Little. I was just reading up. So the boats in WoW take 2 minutes to travel, stay there for 1 minute. And that's it. So that means, and that maths out, that means the absolute maximum amount you could ever be waiting for a boat in WoW is 5 minutes. That's going off the wiki, so. No, I'm counting the wait. Yeah. Because they stall there for a bit. Obviously, nowadays, that's a little bit different. Because a lot of those are just portals nowadays, as I mentioned earlier. No, I was just curious, Rax. I had nothing else going on. I was just like, you know... Because surely they thought about it, right? Let's see, what routes did they get rid of? There's the Fairloss one. Kalimdor to Teldrassil, that's obviously gone. Kalimdor to Eastern Kingdoms. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Azure Mist. That's true. They do have the boat route to the Dragon Isles. That one's super fast. Because that's designed for brand new players. Like, if I ever successfully drag Rax into WoW, and she actually likes it, she's going to be riding that boat, right? You know what? Let's see how far I can get in Mega Man 2. Just really quick. Just really quick. Hang on, hang on. throw that up in the corner. I distinctly remember the first time I ever sat down and had something else to do. I've talked about the story before. I was playing Asheron's Call, and I was doing some mindless grinding off of Aphis Lacelle, which was just a grind spot, don't worry about it. And I had something to do while I was doing it. I'm terrible at Mega Man games, as you can tell. So, I think I was watching TV at the time, specifically. But it just sort of clicked with me in a way that I'd never really processed before. How much more fun I was having now that I had something to do while I was grinding. And something about that sentence being said out loud just kind of stuck with me, you know? Because I thought that sentence out loud in my head. I was like, wait. That was the exact moment I realized I don't like grind. I know that sounds strange because I've been anti-grind since like FF1. But I never really processed before that I was anti-grind. I know that sounds stupid. I guess I just never thought about it until then. It was just what you did. Okay, so I've beaten one stage and we still haven't moved. Let's go for a twofer. Synced or unsynced, Rex? I ain't doing that legit. Unsynced, okay. Let's see how far I can get in a Woodman stage. Yeah, what's our timeline? That's actually a good question. Tomorrow after stream. Oh, boat's leaving. Woo! Now, how long is the trip? Minutes. I can beat a lot of stages in 10 minutes. Just saying. This is the thing you were telling us we were all babies for, Rex. I just want you to know that. 5? Why do we need 5 people? For Emerald? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I think I have at least one person with gear. I'm not actually sure about that. But I need to figure out the gear situation anyways, so solvable problem. Well, we haven't arrived. No, the boat has arrived, Magister. Yeah. Yeah, I know. We're nowhere. We're nowhere. Yeah, I figured. I think I accepted death there. It's faster. You like my leaf shield? Nice. Congrats, Rex. Why you on a mount kick right now, if you don't mind my asking? Flashman next. Well, I don't want to rob the viewers of their visuals. How do I... Where am I? Oh, God. Oh, God. How do I get out of here? Oh, God. Help! Help! Ah! Sorry, I don't actually really know how to play this game with mouse and keyboard. Ugh. Ugh. There you go. Enjoy the view. Back to Mega Man. Hang on, I've been instructed to look behind us. Right, there's where we just left. Yeah, I noticed that in the airship sequence, they actually have an honest-to-God overworld, which is funny considering how little you see it, and the fact that, you know, it's this. It's okay, we got great music to go. Go up top. No! No! I refuse! I refuse! God damn it. Fine. Hang on. Where am I going? What am I looking at? What is that? Is that like a sunken ruin or something? Off in the distance? Yes, absolute cinema. Al-Zadal Undersea Ruin. Oh, there's some up ahead too. Oh, that's tough. All these FF11 references, God. I mean, FF14 references. Whatever. You know what I mean. Damn it. It's my fault. I suck. I suck. I am totally worthless. Banana. Dun dun dun. Damn it. 3 times I've screwed up that jump this run. I suck. I am the worst Mega Man player ever. Ugh. The skimmer you get in Fire? Giga? Path of Fire? I haven't even touched Visions yet. In fact, I'm not even... I think I own Visions. Pretty sure I own Visions. Flashing lights warning. Man, I remember as a kid thinking it took forever to get these items. Little did young me know the waits I would see in the future in my gaming career. I mean, they're all well voice acted, Master, but I agree completely. Yeah, there was no reason to, like, skip ahead this time around. So I didn't bother. Oh. Maybe? Thought I heard someone at my door. I guess not. I wouldn't worry about it. Is that my youngest? Nope, that's the middle one. Hello, middle one. Do you want to see something really boring, kiddo? Check it out.
Wait, this is literally the boy.
No, here, check it out. Check it out.
Oh, this
On
is
a boat. See, we're just on a boat being very, very bored.
Yes, there's nothing to do.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
So wait, is the game loading?
No, it's
when
just...
we get there?
No, this is... So, she's smart. A lot of games will do hidden loading screens like that. That's not what this is. This is just...
Can I have a fun?
We're about to eat dinner. Okay, tell you what. You get one froggy.
If you ask for another one, the answer will be no, no matter what.
Exactly. Would you like something, baby bear? Would you like a sour watermelon slice? Behold the
Yoink.
power. I'm going to take one, too. All right. One.
We have Pocket in our room for the bat. And then we put him upstairs in his room.
And then you tickled
We did the top bunk. We
him.
put him in the cart to bring him down. He jumped. Well, when he was down in the checking room.
Well, thank you for the care package.
He was doing the please face to get out.
Poor cat.
He doesn't like that. Do you see what's in there?
Sure. Oh my gosh. That's an electrical tester. There you go.
Those are all the care stuff.
That's true.
Oh my god.
What?
I need you to see this.
I'm watching.
I jumped.
Yes, I see. You were very jumpy, one might
I
say.
couldn't do it the way I did it before because Taylor didn't do it. This is how Taylor, I need you to move.
Ta-da.
I land on one foot.
Oh, oh, we got there. Oh my God.
Finally. I was about to say F word, but I stopped myself.
That's a good instinct to have. Hey.
After I say, I stopped myself. I'm like,
We did it, everyone. I never thought I'd see this day. I promised myself I wouldn't cry. We have successfully navigated the boat. Oh my God, let me into town. You stupid pile of garbage. I will murder every single person in this town. All of you. Yeah, hang on. Gotta watch the cutscene. Hang on, hang on. We're not actually done yet. There's something extremely important we have to do. Wait for it. Wait for it. Okay. We're good. We're gonna get the book while we're here. I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys.